2 minutes until we air, 1 minute to the live stream. One minute until we air. We are now streaming.
Recording in progress.
We are going to start momentarily. The City Council is just dismissing from closed session, so they will be down in just a moment. I'm out of breath because I was ready to get here to say that, so give us a moment.
They 3 minutes ago is when they finished. Yeah.
Yeah, good to be here.
There's a reception or something. Yeah, so they're just going to help supplement that. Oh, okay. But we'll have an update.
Was not. We read the proclamation October 15th. So I just put you'll see it. I apologize, bro. I'll text it.
Let's do this. You ready? All right. We are calling the meeting to order a little late tonight. But welcome, everyone. And if you will, let's start out with a moment of silence, please. Thank you. I'll now pass it over to Councilmember Freeman to do our Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. It's our practice to stand to salute the flag and say the pledge. If you'd like to join us.
All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Williams,
I'm here.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton,
I'm here.
Councilmember Baker,
Here.
Councilmember Caballero,
Here.
Councilmember Cook,
Here.
Councilmember Freeman,
Present.
Councilmember Rist.
Here.
Thank you.
Have a few, just a couple ceremonial items.
Good evening, and my thanks to His Honor for this opportunity to read this proclamation to my honorable colleagues, to everyone in chamber tonight and watching on whatever platform you may be watching. Good evening, and thank you for being with us. I have the high honor of presenting a proclamation for Family Homelessness Awareness Week. This is particularly special to me because receiving it will be Tasha Melvin of Families Moving Forward. From years ago, I served on the board of directors of an organization called Interfaith Hospitality Network, which merged with Genesis House to become Families Moving Forward. It is a source of great pride for the not-for-profit that I serve. If you go to their facility, one of their rooms is furnished by the organization I lead here in the city. This is an organization very near and dear to my heart, and I am honored, Mr. Mayor, to be able to read this proclamation. I'm going to ask Tasha to come up. Why don't all y'all come up? You rolled the shirts. Why don't all y'all come on? You ain't wear them shirts to just sit there. Come on up. That man? Y'all come on up.
You were the best auctioneer we ever had at IHN.
Somebody reminded me of my auctioneer days for IHN. You folks come on up so they can see. Proclamation. For more than 8 years, Families Moving Forward has provided families with children a stable, safe, and loving environment while they are in the temporary crisis of homelessness. The purpose of this proclamation is to educate the public about the many reasons people are homeless, including access to affordable housing and stable employment and wages, and to encourage support for service providers and community organizations. And whereas there are many organizations committed to sheltering and providing services to our homeless, including Open Table Ministry, Urban Ministries of Durham, Housing for New Hope. Families Moving Forward, FMF, is the only organization that solely focuses on family homelessness and is the largest housing and services provider for homeless families in Durham, serving up to 65 to 75 families annually through their emergency shelter program, while also working with families to reach increased self-sufficiency and stability. And whereas homelessness is a devastating and disruptive experience for families, affecting their health and well-being, interfering with children's education and development, and frequently resulting in a separation of family members. And whereas we as a community, private and public entities, are responsible for policies and systems that can end homelessness, which include jobs that pay livable wages, access to affordable and quality childcare, adequate transportation, and affordable, decent housing. Only concerted efforts to meet all these needs will end the tragedy of homelessness for families and children. Now, therefore, I, Leonardo Williams, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim October 7th through 11th, 2024 as Family Homelessness Awareness Week in Durham, and encourage all to support to ensure we break the cycle of poverty in our community. Witness my hand in the corporate seal of the City of Durham, North Carolina, this the 7th day of October, 2024, Leonardo Williams, Mayor, and by fiat, we're going to extend that week. So congratulations to you. Have any words for us?
Thank you, Mayor Williams. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, the entire,
You can adjust that mic down too. You just
say I'm short. Thank
you
you. I had higher shoes on today. Thank you, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, the entire City Council, the city staff. Thank you for joining Families Moving Forward in our fight to find safe and affordable housing for children and families in our community, our neighbors, who are experiencing homelessness. Imagine my surprise getting to work today, receiving an email stating that we currently have 50 unsheltered families with children. This is the highest number in a while. We have 30 more in the next 14 days at risk of losing housing. So when we took a moment of silence, that's what I was silent about. We are in a fight, but thank you for this proclamation as it stands to remind families moving forward, myself, and most importantly, the families. We're not in this fight alone. There are unique approaches that we're now taking, thanks to your leadership, to address this problem. This is not just a problem for the families that are in our shelter. Right now we have 19. Tomorrow we'll be back at 20. We have consistently stayed at our capacity since the start of the year and last year. This is not where parents want to raise their children, but I must say, we are uniquely positioned to serve these families and serve them well. We are doing amazing work, and I thank the City of Durham for helping us continue the work that we're doing. So we have a proclamation that stands to serve as a response to this entire community, to helping our children move into safe and stable homes so that they too can thrive in our community that they call home. Thank you again to the City of Durham, and I thank the families for trusting all of us with their lives and the lives of their children. Thank you so much.
All right. I'm getting along, Madam Clerk. She's looking at me like, why is it so much silence? We had a proclamation read on October 21st, and sometimes we have so many of the proclamation requests, and I try to honor all of them, but sometimes in my office, we do sort of edit it if it's a really long proclamation, or if we're trying to move the agenda along. However, on October 21st, we did edit one of those where we took out a lot of names. One thing I don't want to do is damper or reduce or discount the work that people are doing. And in that proclamation, it was the mayor's Hispanic and Latino committee proclamation. And what I wanted to do was, since we only had one proclamation tonight, I wanted to, I may not read the entire proclamation, but I wanted to name those individuals who are just putting their hard-earned, just their hard-earned time. They are taking their time and putting it into making their community a better place. So if you are listening out there, I want to put on the public record your name in honor of National Hispanic Heritage Month. I'd like to thank and appreciate and honor the following. Morales? Madalise. Okay, let me get my, you know what? Just to make sure I have the appropriate enunciation, the good thing about being mayor is you get to proxy yourself. So I'm going to have Councilmember Caballero to do the appropriate enunciation. Thank you.
Maralise Mercado Emerson, Community Leader and former Chair of Durham's Mayor Hispanic Latino Committee. Mario Giscome, Equal Employment Opportunity Public Accommodations Investigator. City of Durham Neighborhood Improvement Services Department and former Chair of Durham's Mayor Hispanic Latino Committee. Constanza Gomez Joins, Executive Director, Center for Global Learner at Durham Technical College. Sheila Arias, Community Leader from Mamas con Poder. Maria Padilla, Community Engagement Specialist, City of Durham Neighborhood Improvement Services.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we give those folks a hand? So now all of the individuals that I read, as well as the Mayor's Hispanic Latino Committee, you all now have to go and do the editing of the October 21st meeting with the November 4th meeting, and then you have to add it in there some type of way, but use AI to make it seamless, and I apologize about that. I will now, yeah. Now I'm going to pass it over to my council colleagues for announcements. Councilmember Cook.
I can't turn it. I don't know. Oh.
Okay, there we go.
All right, great.
And just real quick, colleagues, I know you're looking at your agenda like we're missing something.
Yes.
I prefer not to if they're not here to receive it.
Got it, okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming tonight, and those of you at home, thank you for watching. I'm going to be really quick tonight. So I had the real pleasure of doing a tour with our water management whole system on last Wednesday, and I learned so much. It was, I think Councilmember Riss has already been on it, and maybe a couple of my colleagues had already been on this tour. It was incredible. I got walked through the dam systems where our water comes from. I got to go see how our water is treated to make it potable. I got to see all of the lift stations, so how we transport our water across miles and miles and miles underground in the city of a not obviously constantly declining area. So how we lift water up over hills and send it along, and how we process our sewage and other wastewater. The system is incredible. We already know that, but it's really something to see the pure amount of water that is just moving through all of these systems. And something that I talked with a couple of the folks about and that really stuck with me is that there are quite a bit of open positions, and a lot of them are available for folks right out of high school and also out of folks out of community college or other types of or any type of real like science-based or math-based training. So they're looking for folks who have enjoyed the hard sciences and even in high school, and then they're able to train folks up to be working in these facilities with lots of vertical growth opportunities and really good, solid city pay. So I just thought that was such an incredible option. I know that they do a lot of recruiting at high schools, and I think that they work with some of the colleges in the area as well. But if you have folks in your life that you're thinking about who are looking for, I know the job market is tough right now, who are looking for places where they can get trained up and learn a really, really cool, have a really, really cool career path, I think that that's a great option. So I was blown away by that. It was really, really great. And so big thank you to everybody who made that possible for me. And then the other thing I'm going to say is that I think we're all going to say it. It's sitting heavy tonight because it is election eve, and I've been up here droning on about early voting, so I hope everyone listened to me and voted early. And if you haven't, you do have to go to your appropriate polling place tomorrow on election day. So please double check your registration. Make sure you know where you're going. Mine actually has changed, and I know that that has happened throughout the city. So please, if you have planned to vote on election day, pick a time to go, make sure you check your polling place, and we would, again, remind you that we have 2 wonderful bonds on your ballot, and hopefully those pass, and we get to see some really, really cool stuff happening in the city, in the Parks and Rec Department, and also with some sidewalks and streets. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ceremony Baker.
Ditto everything my colleagues said. Something tells me that if you're here in this room tonight, or if you're watching on YouTube or whatever platform you choose this meeting, you probably don't need to be told to vote. You're one of the top tier, most civically engaged people in our city. Thank you for that. And you've probably already voted, but you might like to do it the old school way and vote at your precinct tomorrow. So appreciate that. Remember to bring your family members and colleagues and members of your church and your friends and everyone else that you possibly can to the polls. I also just want to say thank you so much to the folks from Family Moving Forward for being here. I have the fortune of sitting next to an attorney who fights on behalf of tenants, and I think many of my colleagues up here. I have the privilege of sitting among people who really value tenants and tenants' rights, and those who have the misfortune of finding themselves on the streets or bouncing from couch to couch or wherever they may be. I also have had close family and friends who've faced that reality, and I really appreciated your words and the proclamation. You said it's a fight. It's a fight, and it is. It's a fight. And it's a fight at the polls, but it's a fight far beyond the polls. And on top of that, it's a tragedy, as was stated in the proclamation. It's also a policy failure. It's a policy failure, and it's an injustice. because we know that the federal government and the state government, with the resources that they have, could end homelessness. And so we need to always push for that. We need to chip away and do everything that we can at the local level, working together with the schools and the county. But the best we will always be able to do is to improve the lives of people who are misfortunate. What we really need is policy change, dramatic policy change at the state and federal level, and so we will all continue to fight for that. So let's do it. Let's go to the polls tomorrow, and going to be a big day, and hope for some success there and a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Yes, tomorrow's Election Day. I will be working the polls here in Durham and then later on in Wake County. My whole family will be working the polls tomorrow. So if you are at Club Boulevard, you might see my boys. And they cannot vote yet, so this is their moment to do their part. We have 2 bonds on the ballot. People have heard me say vote yes for those since about July. I just really want to say thank you to staff who have shown up into so many community presentations, providing really, really important information about, oh, I think mine just went out too. Okay, I'm back.
We have some election interference going on because we're talking about it, but nevertheless, we will persist.
So I just want to thank all of the staff who have been really great presentation partners. And then I also want to shout out the Lions Club. They hosted some of us earlier tonight for their annual pancake dinner. And Councilmember Riss and I attempted to flip some pancakes. I don't know how successful we were, but we did our due diligence on that. Thank you.
Hey, Councilmember Freeman.
Good evening, everyone, and I want to thank the council for my excused absence and share that though I was not on council business out of town, I do think there's a lot of things to share from where I was and things that were going on, so I'll be sure to share updates with you all. I also just want to give a huge shout out to the Hollywood-Saponi people for Indigenous Heritage Month and all the other tribes and folks who are in the Indigenous community. And then I wanted to also say Election Day is tomorrow, but the work will be the same regardless. And so I just do want to just be very intentional about saying that we, the people, still have to be the people of this country. And so just remember who you are and where we are and continue to be us as a U.S. I did want to just lift up also housing, families moving forward, and just acknowledge that over the years, over so many years of watching Ms. Melvin develop her craft over there, I am excited to see that she is the executive director, and I'm excited to hear what's next. I know that many of our homeless services folks have a passion for what they do and can get bogged down in the day-to-day, but I'm glad you're here today to share and to be very intentional about explaining just how limited the resources are around children and families who are experiencing that homeless situation, which is horrible. I would be remiss if I didn't say, like, Uplifting Urban Ministries and Housing for New Hope and many of those partners who really are doing an equitable approach to supporting people in some of the most dire situations, rather than what I'm seeing from a neighboring organization, which has been troubling because I'm seeing a lot of new faces in our community that have no ties to Durham, and it's disturbing. And I do want to just put that on the radar for folks out there in the community that this has to stop. I'll wrap up by saying that I want to thank staff. I think for our DCM Wimbush, Chatwell, and Ferguson. I cannot say that I really wish more of the council were present for the town hall meetings because so much information was shared. I feel like I feel privileged that I have all this information. And so I do want to make sure that I do type up as much as I can and share back some of the feedback that was received. There were very small group conversations, a lot of questions answered. And each of those sessions, I think we had a range from 4 people to 21 people. And it would be nice to do a much larger push around making sure that people have the type of information that was shared for each of those departments. And I'm going to try my best to make sure that I do share that out. Bear with me, I will say, because there's always a lot going on. But outside of that, I am excited that the election will be over tomorrow, and I look forward to not receiving all the text messages and reminders. I've already voted, and the family's already voted, and my neighbors have already voted, so let's get back to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Madam City Manager, colleagues, folks here assembled in public, and the public and those online, good evening. Yeah, I want to echo some of the comments my colleagues already shared. Please get out and vote. If you saw my pumpkin this Halloween, it was a vote both bonds pumpkin. You'll know that I've been supporting the bonds all along. And again, as my colleague Councilmember Caballero said, really appreciate all the staff who've been so involved and so present for so many presentations about the bonds. I think we have a great shot, and I'm really excited about all that means in terms of the investment we'll be making in Durham. Secondly, thanks for Families Moving Forward for being here tonight. I really appreciate you all being here, and congratulations on the proclamation. Ms. Melvin, it's great to see your leadership of Families Moving Forward. My wife and I are longtime donors and very proud of that. I see Joe Daly there, who will never forget us. Good to see you, Joe. Thanks for all your reminders about being generous. So thank you all for being here, and congrats again for the proclamation. Just a couple things. So yeah, so I did flip some pancakes with my colleagues over at the Lions, at the Armory for the Lions Pancake Breakfast. They're doing it tomorrow, all day long tomorrow, what, 8 to 5, right? So if you're not at 6:38, if you haven't had a chance to go today, please join the Lions at their pancake dinner at the Armory. It's always a great occasion. A couple other things. So last week, had the good pleasure of joining the Recreation Advisory Committee on an annual parks tour, sponsored by DPR, Wade and his staff, along with the Durham Parks Foundation. Visited a bunch of parks in Durham, including many of the ones that will benefit from the coming bonds. So it was great to see where our parks are, where they've come, and where they're potentially going with these great investments in bonds. So thanks again to DPR and the Durham Parks Foundation for that great parks tour. I guess my final note is while we were the same day of the parks tour, you all probably know there was a school bus that crashed in the backyard of a house right off of Gregson Street, which is right in my neighborhood. I can say, sadly, my wife heard the crash. So as you all know, we have these 2 one-way pairs in Durham, Gregson and Duke and Roxborough and Mangum, that have been in our plan since 2020, the Move Durham Transportation Plan that called for converting those 2-way pairs, or those one-way pairs, into more traffic calming 2-way streets. So we are all so lucky that there were no children in that school bus as it crashed, as it got sideswept and crashed into a backyard. Those one-way pairs are incredibly dangerous roads. In fact, as we've talked about here on the council, Gregson Street has been identified by our local MPO as the most dangerous corridor in all of Durham, Chapel Hill, and Carrboro. So these are dangerous roads. We know that there's enforcement of speed limits when the police can be there, but they can't always be there. And when enforcement's not there, speeds kick up again. So by design, those roads are designed for speed, they're used for speed, and they're dangerous roads. And I look forward to working with my colleagues on the council. I know we have money this year in the budget to design the conversion of Roxborough and Mangum. That's the first shot at converting these one-way streets. Later on, we also have in the budget this year money for the initial planning around the planning for Duke and Gregson as well. So we've made investments here in the council. Those are state-owned roads owned by DOT, and so we need to work with our colleagues at the state. And so I encourage my colleagues to continue working together to encourage DOT to allow us to continue the process to move forward so that we eventually, as we plan, once the design happens this year, hopefully with Roxborough and Mangum, that we can move then to the construction process with signalization and intersections and so forth. It's critical to the safety of Durham. We've got our Vision Zero goal in Durham, and a big part of that is making sure we reduce dramatically all the crashes and incidents that happen on those dangerous one-way pairs. So again, I encourage my colleagues to work with me to move as fast as we can, working with our partners at DOT to convert those roads to much more traffic calming 2-way patterns. So thank you very much.
Yeah,
Just before, I don't want to lose that point, Councilmember Rist, I have some meetings scheduled with North Carolina DOT, civil engineers, just their engineers, about that very thing. We are at the point where our staff in the city has done everything that we possibly can, and now it's a matter of just decisions at DOT.
We were ready to move forward?
It's in the political space now, so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And if I might, I just want to make sure that we don't forget one of the most dangerous streets in Durham is Miami and Holloway, and also not forgetting Fayetteville Street. Those have also been in the queue and on the list for a long time as well.
Thanks. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. Colleagues, thank you so much for further shouting out families moving forward. So good to have them here. These people are so awesome. They'll literally give you a shirt off their back. So literally off his back. I'm glad he had a shirt on under it.
I'm going to have to stop you right there. Where's mine? Oh, so nobody's my size. Okay, I'm too big. Can we work on that? Can I get a shirt? All right, thank you.
Please get him a shirt. God, please. I also want to add my congratulations to the Durham Lions. Durham Lions, our chapter here in Durham was founded, I think it was 1922. They're celebrating 103 years of service in our city. They do incredible work they're doing hurricane relief now, housing, and I'm really impressed with the work they do with visually challenged folk. Just an incredible organization, incredible group of people. All due respect, Councilmember Rist and Caballero, your flip game on pancakes ain't got nothing on mine. I had height to mine. I was touching.
We got the video on this, I think. So
yeah, there's video out there, so check it. So thank you so much to the Durham Lions. Tomorrow morning, 6:30 to 8. But if you haven't voted, you can't go there until you vote. But for the rest of you, reward yourself. If you're going to spend some money to eat, please go see the Durham Lions at 212 Foster Street at the Durham Armory from 6:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. My colleagues have already said vote if you haven't voted yet. They've said it perfectly. I will say there's a sacred and awesome responsibility that's falling to us. You look around the world, there are people that still wear crowns. They're called kings and emperors, and you've got prime ministers and presidents all around the world. But there is only one leader on the planet that gets the moniker leader of the free world. Only one person on the planet that gets that moniker, and that's the leader of this country. So we have a serious responsibility as American voters, and I hope we'll take it seriously. And also, don't forget, don't stop at the top. And one of my colleagues has said it's a good idea. It may have been you, Councilmember Baker, or it may have been Councilmember Cook. Turn it over and start at the bottom and work your way up. So just don't stop with the presidency. We've got elections all up and down the ballot that we need to make sure that our voices are heard in. So please, and we know Durham is going to lead the state in terms of turnout. We always do. Just like the pancakes, turn them over. And I want to send a special shout out to the students of North Carolina Central University, who their turnout at the polling place at the law school, we believe is going to be record setting for this year. So it already is. So shout out to the Eagles and shout out to those students. We are so proud of you leading the way for all of us and setting the example. Tonight, I want to send congratulations out to our new county manager. I want to join with folk of goodwill from around the state in congratulating Claudia Hager, who's been named as our new county manager, and our best wishes and our willingness and readiness to partner with her as we move our county and city forward. So if she's watching tonight, she's probably already at work. Knowing her, we congratulate her on this incredible accomplishment, this ascension in her public life. Friends, tonight, colleagues, I also do want to say something. We heard this week that the Bull City United initiative was ended by the county. First off, I want to thank this colleague, this council, past and present, who answered the call to spend money to expand that program, a program that was a non-policing alternative response to violence, what folk have asked for in our city. Tonight, I want us to be mindful that there are some individuals who are working really hard who don't have jobs tonight. There are individuals who did what they were supposed to do and actually posted victories. There are some headlines that did not occur in our city precisely because the program worked. You're not supposed to hear about the headlines because they did intercept and downplay violence. I also want to shout out practitioners around the country who practice the Cure Violence model. People in our city and our county should know this was not an indictment of the concept of cure violence. This is us as leaders taking a look at an initiative, county leaders, and I'm not second guessing them at all, because this is a hard job. Taking a look, and sometimes you need to retool. And my hope is that sometime in the future, we will take another look at this concept, which does not involve arresting people. It does not involve incarceration. It involves folk who have been through the fire, that have come out, changed, and who want to give back. And that's who we are in Durham, right? So we're going to have to, colleagues and community members watching, have a serious conversation about what do we do next in terms of short-term tactical interventions. We all agree that we need root cause initiatives, but we know that those take time, sometime to take root. Tonight, there will be gunfire in our city. Tonight, some of our children will be jumping in bathtubs when it's not bath time. And it's a sacred responsibility on us. If not this program, if not other programs, then what will we do now, in the interim, in the short term, in the immediate sense, to deal with the scourge that is on our city and on our county, gun violence? So thank you for the service of those who worked on this program. To our colleagues at the county, we stand ready to support you and engage in conversation on what comes next. These decisions are never easy, but they should not be confused with concept viability as opposed to us needing to look at our particular iteration of that concept here in Durham. So I want to thank them for their service. Finally, tonight, Mr. Mayor, I need to ask my colleagues for an excused absence for this Thursday work session. On this Thursday, my counterpart at the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, President T and I will be convening a meeting in Morganton, North Carolina, to further discuss our state's efforts on hurricane relief. Governor Cooper will be there, and Senator Tillis has already confirmed that he'll be there. So we're going to talk about, and I want to shout out Durham for the personnel and resources we've already sent to the western part of our state to help our fellow citizens. So I need to be in Morganton on Thursday to have a meeting about what comes next and what our state's coordinated response further looks like under the umbrella of the North Carolina League of Municipalities. And I'll ask my colleagues respectfully to excuse me from this Thursday's work session. Thank you, colleagues, so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I yield.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to accept the excused absence with us.
So moved.
All right, so moved and probably second. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. All right, and I'll just go ahead and close out the announcements. You've heard it all, I'm a happy dad because my son voted for the first time. Really excited about that. I was, it was just a proud moment for me. I'm just sitting there, I'm taking all these pictures. I haven't posted a single one yet, but I'm just taking all the pictures, and all of a sudden the judge in the voting site came and yelled at me. And instead of her saying, "Sir, put your phone away," she said, "I don't care if you are the mayor. No pictures." It's like, I mean, I didn't say I was the mayor, but okay. But it's been fun. It's been fun, and I too want to shout out the students at North Carolina Central. That voting site has broken records. I want to thank the community for going over there. And the chancellor and I met up with Dr. William Barber, and we did a vote rally with the students. And we got up, we hyped everybody up, and then I got back in my drum major days and got up front with the drum majors, and we marched to the polls. Something told me to step out of line and record it. And I'm glad I did, because that video has been viewed over 7 million times. And NCCU students now are leading the nation in encouraging college students to vote. And that's just the Bull City way. Another reason why Durham is so dope. Also, we've had a lot of celebrities come here to the city. And I want to thank the Bull City for embracing them. I want to thank all of the celebrities who came at the very last minute, from Mary J. Blige to Michael Vick, J. Cole, Beanie Siegel, Killer Mike, the entire cast of Ghost, which is a sequel to the series Power. I have not seen an episode, but I'm going to go and see it because they're all really short people. Like everyone was like up to my elbows. Like, what is this? I could never be a movie star because I'm too tall, I guess. I mean, it was just amazing. I literally thought that Nipsey Hussle was alive, but it wasn't. It was his brother. They are spitting images of one another, and he was here as well. And they came to Durham, and they went and knocked on doors, and they went in places that a lot of folks don't choose to go. They went to our lowest precincts, 12 and 15. They went to all of our, many of our DHA properties, and they knocked on doors and they canvassed to get people out. And I think the most powerful thing was when Michael Vick knocked on one of the doors, and the young man answered the door, "What's up?" And he's like, "Hey, you registered?" He's like, "Oh," he said the S word. "You Michael Vick?" He's like, "Yeah, bro, you registered to vote?" And they were so excited that they got glassy eyed, just water in their eyes. And they left their apartment and went and voted. And that was just a powerful moment to see these two young black men just get engaged because they saw someone that they could relate to. That was a powerful moment. And then we all left and went to NCCU and had a town hall, just, you know, with Angie Martinez and some others. I mean, they were celebrities, but I just have not been watching TV since becoming mayor. Just don't have the time. And I didn't know who half of these people were, but it was fun to have them here. And I want to thank NCCU for opening up and hosting them at the last minute. Thank our neighborhoods for embracing them. I also want to thank the Durham Lions Club. Those were some really good pancakes. I had 2 against my better judgment, but I'll probably stop by tomorrow just to show my support and sample the pancakes again. I want to thank North Carolina. I got a call from the White House today, and it was Tom Perez. He's the senior advisor to President Biden, and it was a random call. We were in a private session with Duke Energy's president. And he called, he said, "Hey, Mayor, we just want to, the president and I were just talking, and we want to thank you and your city, because you guys have really showed up and showed out with amazing energy to get people out and about." And I appreciated that call. And they said they've been watching us. So that's really, really cool. And I told them on our behalf, please tell the president we said hello, and we're just excited to get folks out to vote. Now, I wouldn't dare insult your intelligence to tell you who to vote for, but I would question your intelligence if you're not voting. So I encourage everyone to make sure that they go out and do your part. North Carolina has broken a record. Over half of the registered voters in this state, we have 10 million people in this state, over 7 million people registered to vote. Over half of the registered voters in the state have voted. That has never happened before. And so I'm really excited. Many of you know I have been front and center trying to get folks out. I can't talk about what my capacity has been, but I wore a lot of blue when I was out there. And I'm just trying to get folks to do their part. So I'm really excited about that. And I'm also excited for this text messages to stop that everyone is getting. I also want to thank my colleagues. I know we had a closed session today. I'll try not to ever do that again because it's hard getting from closed session to open session at a meeting. But I want to thank you all for that, and we'll talk about that a little later. But I do have, wait, 1 second. All right, and I had a few other things I may talk about a little later, but I did want to report out from our closed session. We did our annual performance evaluations of our city employees that are directly hired by the council. That is the city clerk, the city attorney, and the city manager. After taking care of those personnel matters and the evaluations, we came out with their adjustments to their salaries. And the city clerk salary will be $126,240.12. City attorney salary, $264,048.12. and the city manager at $292,356.48. And I know that to the layman person like myself, you know, you may hear those numbers and think, what in the world? They're getting a lot. But when you're responsible for the brevity of the job that they have, it makes total sense, and you realize really quick, actually, according to market, they are quite underpaid. So thank you all for your service, Madam Clerk, Madam Attorney, and Madam Manager. Thank you for keeping us out of orange jumpsuits. Thank you for keeping us from, just keeping us in line, and also keeping us to be a model city in which this nation looks to, going from number 14 to now number 6 best run city in America out of 30,000. That's an acclamation that a lot of people can't say. So thank you all. All right. So yeah, tomorrow's election day. I want to thank Wade Walcott. He sent out an email, and I think it was a very timely message to the staff and to us. Where on Wednesday, no matter the outcome, let's remember that we all have to coexist in this community. And everybody, there are folks that are going to have a desired outcome. All of us are going to have a desired outcome. Some of us are going to get, or majority of the people are going to get what they want, and the minority is not. That is the messiness of democracy. But it is also a democracy because we have space and capacity to have respect for one another. And we win some and we lose some. And, tomorrow, after tomorrow, let us have grace with one another and continue to just, build community. All politics are local. So at the end of the day, the 7 people, myself and the other 6 up here, have a heck of a lot more impact on your life than anyone in Washington, trust me. So let's just make sure we continue to build community and continue to strengthen our fabric here in Durham. And there's so much more work to be done, so let us continue that. All right. All right, at this time, I will pass it over to the City Manager Page for any priority items.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the Durham City Council. The City Manager's Office has no priority items this evening.
I love it. Are you going to follow suit?
I am, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. It's good to see you. Good to see you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. The City Attorney's Office has no priority items tonight.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. It's the trifecta. The Clerk's office has no items.
All right. Good deal. So now at this time, I will read the consent agenda. And let's see. Are these presentations?
Those pulled items, but those
Are they up to public hearings? I mean, yeah. Okay, so the only one is not is item number 3, right? Okay. All right, I will now read the consent agenda. Item number 1, Durham Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission appointment. Number 3, Sister Cities Agreement with Kunshan, China, which has been pulled. Number 4, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, Grant Project Ordinances, fiscal year 2024-2025, CDBG, fiscal year 2024-2025, Home, fiscal year 2024-2025, ESG, fiscal year 2024-2025, HOPWA, 23, Continuum of Care, COC program. Number 5, resolution authorizing the virtual city auction. Number 6, cooperative group purchase contract, bucket truck. Number 7, cooperative group purchase contract, automated refuse trucks. Number 8, the Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, Bureau of Justice Assistance, 2024 Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Program Grant Project Ordinance. Number 11, zoning map change Lynley Townhouses. Number 12, Consolidated Annexation Sherron Grove. Number 13, oh, this is a short agenda. Consolidated Annexation Winsford at the Park. I actually forgot. All right. So I would entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda with item number 3 being pulled.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The consent agenda passes unanimously.
All right, and item number 3 was pulled. Proponent. Hey there, Tom.
Hi.
All right, could you just give us the
Background, yes.
Yeah.
So just briefly, I am Tom Harris, president of the Sister Cities of Durham Incorporated. For those of you who are new to the council and may not be as aware of who we are a group, we're a private nonprofit. We our mission is to help foster world peace through person-to-person diplomacy, an idea that was first put out by President Eisenhower in the 1950s and caught on and has become the Sister Cities program here in the United States and all over the world. Our job is to seek cities around the world who would be good fits with Durham, to vet them, make sure there's adequate interest both in that city and in Durham among the citizenry to support a Sister Cities program. And then we bring that to you as a city council to adopt the sister city as they do within their city. And then we get the 2 mayors together to sign an agreement. And so with Kunshan, that's what's happened. And we vetted them. In fact, they've been a friendship city of Durham's for 10 years, but that's a lower level and lower activity. And they now want to step it up and become a sister city. And we think that's a great idea, and we brought it to your attention. And we brought with that a recommended agreement for the mayor to sign once you approve it. And that agreement, when it was sent to us from China, it was what they wanted, but in our committee, we have a new cities committee, and we added one sentence, which then was sent to you all for your consent agenda, and you apparently, that's why you put it on the consent agenda to adopt. But we now have heard back from China that they really don't like that one sentence that we added, and it's giving them great pause about whether to go forward. And so we're asking you to remove that sentence, and it is the last sentence in section 5 of the agreement that you looked at your work session prior to this meeting. And it reads that either of the cities may at any moment terminate the present agreement by written notification to the other party 60 days in advance. We now think that's superfluous language that's not needed, because some of you who were on the council then 2 years ago, you actually suspended, even considered terminating, but suspended our agreement with Kostroma, Russia, because of the war that happened, Russia's engaged in Ukraine. And that agreement contains no such language, and yet that did not stop you from exercising, I think, your right to say we're not going to go forward with this so long as there's such tension between our nations in the form of war that we're supporting, of course, the Ukrainian side. So that is why we think it's okay, and we're asking you to remove this sentence. You will still have, we believe, the full right to terminate or suspend if you wish, as you did with Kostroma. And there are many of our other agreements that do not have this phrase in it and rest in the same lap. So that's our case. We don't want to mess this one up. Their mayor is already scheduled to fly here in November, in the middle of the month, and sign this agreement in a big ceremony here in this council room with Mayor Williams. So we would like to keep that on schedule if possible. Are there any questions?
Go ahead.
Sorry, the joke is that I always ask the questions, but this is particularly my area of expertise because I do contracts quite often. And so I just would love clarity, and I don't know, possibly if the attorney might want to answer that question, but this does say otherwise, that it's going to be valid for 5 years. I would assume that you can breach a contract at any time, but that often that there will be penalties associated with a contract breach if needed. And so I'm just curious about what that looks like in this context.
Right, great eye, Councilmember. So there aren't any penalties identified in this agreement. I mean, really, these are agreements of goodwill and friendship between municipalities, and they don't create a lot of detailed obligations for either of the cities that are participating. So having evaluated it, we don't see really any consequence from a breach. If there should be a need for Durham to say, we're out, something happens, as we did previously with the Russian city, we don't see that the agreement creates any sort of penalties or remedies for breach. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleague, for the inquiry. You had one job, and you started a war with China.
I beg your pardon?
You had one job, and you started a war with China. It's a joke, man.
Oh, okay. Oh, well.
He looks
sorry. I've got to lighten up. Sorry. Thank you very much for your.
I appreciate Councilmember Cook's inquiry, and I think I'm the board representative for sister cities. It's an agreement. It's not a contract. There's nothing. We really do this so the mayors will have something to sign, so we can get good pictures and kind of codify the relationship. But I'm glad that we have colleagues up here that are whose antenna are for those kind of things. So I have no problem with removing the language. I think the language is superfluous, and you're 100% right. We are what the language is trying to capture de facto exists, and we've demonstrated that with Colstrom. I remember the Russian situation a couple of years ago. So I guess my question, Madam Attorney, can we just move to strike this and still adopt this tonight?
You can, Mayor Pro Tem, sure. And I wouldn't say strike it, I would just say amending the language to remove the last sentence of section 5.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what Derek was just texting me about. So, Madam Attorney, could you, or would you like to?
I'll offer the motion as stated. Attorney?
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, if there's no other discussion, Madam Clerk, please open the vote. This is amending the language to remove that. Please close the vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, thank
Mayor,
you.
I'm sorry, do we need another motion to actually adopt? I'll offer the motion to adopt the item.
Yes, I believe so, correct, Madam Clerk? Yep. All right.
I'll offer that motion.
I'll entertain it. All right.
Second.
Let me just for the record read the motion for the public. I'll entertain a motion to authorize the mayor to execute the agreement on establishing a sister city relationship with the city of Kunshan, China.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, can you please open the vote for my first official sister city signing? Please close the vote.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right.
Thank you, so
Cities
everyone.
Committee, Tom, I look forward to welcoming the mayor of Kunshan, November 14th, correct? November 14th. All of the public will be invited. We will have a reception, a dinner, and just look out for the festivities that are happening. We're going to roll out the red carpet for them. They are flying here from Kunshan, and I look forward to returning the favor. And Derek and Carmisha are looking at me like he's talking too much because we are still confirming things. So I'm just going to stop talking, but I know that we're going to have a really good time because the North Carolina Asian American Pacific Islanders Chamber has also agreed to work with us on this as well. So there's been a lot of work being put together on this, and colleagues, thank you all for the support. Look forward to it.
May I just make one amendment of something I left out? This is Mark Goodwillie. He also signed up to speak, but he's not going to. But he is a co-chair of our Kunshan committee, and he's putting lots of work together to make this celebration work. So I want to thank him, and hope to see you all on the 14th. Thank you.
Thank you. And colleagues, I look forward to us taking our trip to a sister city somewhere. So save your travel dollars, okay? All right. Well, let's make a bet that we're going to get out of here by 8:45, right? No? All right. All right. All right, I won't jinx us. All right, well, Aaron? Our first presentation, as we're getting ready to it, I did forget to say something very special. I wanted to thank the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, for spending the weekend here with me. We went to several churches. We went to, I believe, 4 churches, just encouraging folks to get out to vote. And also hadn't seen 4 churches in a long time. Folks are excited about voting. So Mayor Brandon Johnson, it was great to have him in town, and it was cool. So thank you. All right, I think we're ready now. All you.
Okay, great, thank you. Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members, good evening. I'm Aaron Kane with the Planning Department. I'm happy to be here with you tonight. Before I begin, staff would like to state for the record that all Planning Department hearing items have been advertised and noticed in accordance with state and local law, and affidavits of all notices are on file in the Planning Department. A request for a zoning map change has been received from Farasat Syed for 2 parcels of land totaling 12.25 acres and located at 1343 Ellis Road and 1326 Clinton Road. The current zoning is residential rural. The applicant proposes to change this designation to Planned Development Residential 8.326. The applicant is proposing to rezone the properties to allow up to 102 townhouses. The properties are currently designated mixed residential neighborhood on the place type map. The proposed PDR 8.326 zoning is generally consistent with the designated place type. The Planning Commission recommended denial by a vote of 10-3 at its August 13th, 2024 meeting. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions.
All right, so you've heard the staff report. Colleagues, Councilmember Cook.
Hi, good evening. This is actually just one very quick question. So I'm just going to scroll down. I'm looking at the zoning map change report. Under the infrastructure impacts and water connection and capacity, it says that it'll require 2 water lines to feeds to serve the proposed development of 147 units, but the proposal is only 102, so I'm just wondering what the difference is there.
There may have been discussions at one time about doing the 147, and that may have been what they submitted originally at an earlier time. But if it can handle 147, then it can handle 102.
Sure. I mean, I guess I was just wondering if then the second one was needed, or how we would know, right? I mean, that's a pretty significant cut. It's almost, what? Oh yeah, I can't do it, but 50 out of 150 is a pretty significant number, and so I'm wondering if that means that the capacity and water connection and also the sewer connection and capacity and potentially the other numbers that we have here on emergency facilities and pupils and that sort of thing, if all those were changed with those numbers, or?
So I can definitely speak to the pupils. The pupils are based off the 102,
okay,
and not 147. I can't speak to the numbers regarding emergency services or anything like that. But I can definitely the pupils are based off the 102. And again, an applicant might ask for, say, when they're doing their submission for their water sewer capacity analysis, they may submit the highest level, highest amount that they might be considering at some point, just to make sure that that capacity is shown. And then if they're going to do less, there's not going to be an issue.
Okay. Are there other things that would be based off of that number that I'm not thinking of?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions?
Mr. Kane, if you can help explain this. So I know in the Planning Commission comments, there was some reference to like a surface water thing that was visible by satellite, but was not referenced in the Planning Commission documents. Can you shed any light on that?
I can try. So according to state law, we have 2 documents that we can use to determine whether or not there is surface water on the site that would need to be protected, would need to be buffered. And that is the North Carolina Soil Survey map and the most recent United States Geological Services topographical map. And if streams are shown on either of those maps, then they need to be shown as buffered either in a development plan if they're doing a graphical development plan, or when they get to the site plan stage, which is administrative review. There was discussion during the Planning Commission meeting about streams being on the site, and those maps, especially the USGS map, does show a stream on the northern end of the site and then one on the very southeastern portion of the site. And so when we get to, excuse me, when we get to the site plan stage, they would need to show those 50-foot buffers on either side of those streams, as well as the 10-foot no-build buffer. That would need to be shown on there. I think there was some discussion about whether or not all those streams would be accounted for by the applicant, because this is not a graphic development plan. It is a textual development plan. So that's where some of the discussion was there. There's also, I believe, concern about stormwater runoff. That is currently happening from the site. The applicant would need to address that as part of their site plan to make sure that there's not more water coming off the site than already currently does.
Again, this would all be addressed at site plan?
That would be addressed at site plan, correct.
And those streams do appear on the USGS?
There are streams, again, on the northern end of the site, and I believe there were some members of the public who talked about additional streams. We cannot, unless there's a stream determination done by a stream determination professional that shows that that stream is on the site, we cannot regulate it unless it's on the soil survey map or on the USGS map.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So just following up, when would that determination be made, or when would the determination need to be made that the soil stream determination needs to be done?
So that would be at the applicant's request, and so that to see if something is a stream. If it isn't, that doesn't happen very often, to be honest. It's usually these stream determinations are to determine whether a stream that is shown on the map is not actually a stream.
So what's the planning department's stance on following up on citizens or residents' concern around that?
We are kind of stuck with state law. State law says these are the two sources that you can use unless your local jurisdiction has created its own mapping source, and Durham has not done that.
And what would it take to create our own mapping source?
That would be basically doing I would need to defer to others that are more aware and more knowledgeable in this field, but I believe it would be a site survey of the entire county.
Thank you.
That's not an easy or cheap thing to do.
Would it be helpful if there were some type of environmental affairs tool or resource that actually identified something like that? Would that be helpful?
So there are people who are certified in doing stream determinations, and so those can be employed. I believe we have some here at the city who are trained to do that as well.
So why would that not? I'm missing something. Why would that not happen here?
Well, that is and I may need to defer on this. I don't believe we have the ability to force a property owner to do a stream determination to determine that something is a stream if it's not shown on one of those two sites.
And here's where I'm concerned, is if it's creating runoff to someone else's property, then there should be a mechanism to force a property owner to identify where those runoff areas are.
So stormwater runoff can happen whether it's in a stream or not.
But there's a greater speed and velocity that happens when it is becoming a stream.
That is correct. And we already have regulations within the Unified Development Ordinance that require applicants to not have more stormwater. The rate and speed of the stormwater already has to be addressed through the site development process to not be more than pre-development levels. We already have those requirements in the UDO.
So where is that documented today? Like, how do you document it?
I couldn't give you the citation in the UDO. I can.
More like in the case. How do you document that in the case?
That would happen during the site plan process.
So there's no way to determine it prior to approving a case?
Good evening, Sarah Young. So there's no way to determine it because it is required to happen. It is not an optional thing. It's not a may or may not that we need to document that it will happen. The folks in the Stormwater Division will make sure that it happens because that is required as part of the city's stormwater code that's in city code.
All right, well, if there are no other comments, I will now declare the public hearing open, and we will hear from the applicant.
Thank you, Aaron, for your presentation. And good evening, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of the City Council. I'm Neil Ghosh with the Morningstar Law Group.
How much time do you need?
Yeah, 10 minutes should be fine.
Okay.
I'm representing the applicant for this rezoning tonight. Some of you might be aware that this is round 2 for this site. A few years ago, a rezoning on the same property to RSM was denied. Our firm was not involved in that project, but I thought it would be worth mentioning that in case you were wondering. This is the definition of an infill site. It is surrounded by development. It is already annexed into the city. Not only that, there already is a city sewer main going through the property. But it is 12.25 acres in the city that is currently grossly underutilized with just one single family home on it. And the guy historically has stored a bunch of stuff there. So we are requesting to rezone it to PDR to allow for up to 102 townhomes to be built. Now, I want to say these infill developments are always difficult because there's existing development around them by definition. In this case, there are mostly established residential neighborhoods surrounding this property, and the growing pains are always hard. Causing even more friction is the fact that the property has 2 existing roads which stub to it, roads which have existed without being connected to anything for years, and this project is going to change that. But I want you to know that we did do neighborhood engagement. I did have the required neighborhood meeting. There was one individual in particular, Gabe Carrillo, that reached out to me as an organizer of the community. I've kept in contact with Gabe throughout this process. We have emailed several times. We've had several phone calls. And even, with his request on behalf of the neighbors, I did host a second neighborhood meeting, which sadly no one attended. But I did still have more conversations with Mr. Carrillo. So we did neighborhood engagement, and I want you to hear that. I want you to hear that because I know that still some folks are upset about the number and type of homes being introduced with this project. The project is actually 30% fewer homes than the project which was denied. So this actually is less dense than before. We heard concerns about potential for drainage because of the topography of the site and the water feature that has been mentioned. But, in hearing that, we did go ahead and commit to handling the 100-year storm. We have limited the impervious coverage as well. This property actually is not within one of Durham's watersheds. So under the UDO, theoretically, it could be 100% impervious. So we've limited it to no more than 80% impervious. But look, we recognize that even with those commitments, folks are still unhappy. They're unhappy about the connections to Carywood and Lynley, which, Lynley is basically a gravel road today, and this project would bring it up to a city standard. I just think these are things that we're not going to be able to resolve, but it's not the case that we didn't hear them or we didn't listen to them. We just could not meet every demand. I think that's fair to say. I also need to mention that this project includes a commitment for 5% of the units to meet the city's affordable housing definition. That is, 30 years at 80% AMI. We also have a commitment to DPS, so this is kind of the story of the project. This is an infill site. It's surrounded by single-family homes. I understand why folks that have lived there for years would prefer to have 65 single-family homes instead of 102 townhomes. I get it. But the reality is that townhomes are a more attainable option for ownership. The project follows guidance in the comprehensive plan, which calls for housing variety. When we looked at the site, based on what surrounds it, we felt it should either be townhomes or apartments. To add to the housing variety, its odd shape and limited visibility from Ellis Road kind of ruled apartments out from that. And so and also townhomes fit nicely in the built environment. I know that there is some history here and that some of that may be clouding the conversations that could have been had. But this is a good infill project, and we hope to have your support tonight, and I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And I am going to progress to our virtual speakers first. Madam Clerk, can we recognize Jessica Dewey? And after her, I'm going to call Linda Chabot, and then Stephen DeVries. But Jessica Dewey, can you hear me? Do we have her online?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, could you speak up just a little bit?
Yes, absolutely. Is that better?
Yep, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I don't think I'll take that whole time, but hi, Durham City Council. My name is Jess Dewey. I live at 1310 Theodore Lane in Durham. Thank you very much for hearing us today. I am speaking in opposition to this project. One context is I have lived in my house for nearly a year. We bought it at the end of November last year. So I was outside the time when the community engagement was happening. I know that they said they reached out, but a lot of my neighbors that I've talked to, again, have said they did not get that community engagement. But I want to talk about my big concern, which is the environmental piece of this. So we know that this project would require disruptive clear cutting of nearly 12 acres of mature forest and mass grading of an area that is a substantial hill. Even though we know these activities are discouraged in the comprehensive plan in policy 84. So the clear cutting and mass grading is going to lead to a major loss of biodiversity. But as you we're asking questions about and hearing, we're really concerned about the runoff. The big drainage stream goes right through my backyard. And it's already pretty overwhelmed with heavy rains. So when we had Hurricane Helene come through, which is pretty much a 100-year storm that came through here in Durham, and obviously the western parts of the state much worse, my yard specifically had water 10 feet up beyond where that drainage stream is. And again, we did not get the worst of that storm. So I'm really concerned about the potential impact of this, and the current infrastructure obviously is not prepared to deal with more of those storms that are going to become more common as the climate changes. And the plan to just maintain the current rates is really not going to help. So ultimately, really concerned about the removal of the trees, the changes to grading that would be required for this specific size of project. I do also want to say the developers don't meet multiple environmental related comprehensive plan policies, including number 49, 85, and 108. So to me, the environmental piece of this project and subsequent impacts on all of the residents here is really not being prioritized. I want to recognize that Durham is growing, and I know that. I moved here not too long ago. I know we have a continued need for housing. Clearly, we heard from the Families Moving Forward group, but this project doesn't super prioritize the affordable housing options.
Thank you so much. That's your time. Thanks for joining us this evening. Linda Chabot.
Yes, this is Linda Chabot, and I live right next door to Jessica at 1308 Theodore Lane with my husband. We have been residents for 26 years at this location. We appreciate you taking the time to listen to those of us that are opposed to this development. I just want to save time. Everything that Jessica said, I agree with all that. So I won't repeat everything she said. Just know that I am in harmony with her comments. And Ellis Road has grown so much over the last few years. I don't feel the area can withstand any more developments. If you look in the area, there's a lot of empty housing. So the need for more housing in this particular area is not necessary nor viable for the land. We need to keep the green space for the wildlife in order to keep the flow with the deer and just the wildlife in general. They need to have a place to go. And if we keep tearing down the wooded areas, we're not going to have that. So I'll conclude with that. Again, opposition to any further development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, I have Stephen DeVries or Stephen DeVries.
Mr. Mayor, there's no Stephen DeVries in the queue.
He's here in person, I see.
Good evening, Town Council. My name's Steve DeVries, and I'm the property owner of 1346 Ellis Road. Jan and I have lived there since 1986, and the property is surrounded by residential rural properties with many residents that have been here for a long period of time. The two exits that this would be was Kerrywood Drive, which are single-family rental homes, and the other would be Lynley Road, which runs into Southern Drive and then into Ellis Road. It's right in the middle of a curve. It's a very dangerous curve. The other exit would also run into Ellis Road. This road is just especially dangerous during rush hours. Mostly every person I've talked to in the community do not want this development built. It seems to be an all or nothing proposal since it has been up for consideration for many years. There has to be a way to satisfy both the builder and the surrounding residents to come to an agreement. Instead of just trying to pass something while they are off guard. I think this is the 5th meeting within the last couple of years. Road signs have not been properly posted to alert the neighborhood of these meetings. And I'm concerned about the environmental issues that have come up also. The pond behind Gabe's house was drained a while back, and with a natural stream running into it, it has filled up about half of the way back up. And I think most of the deer have left because they used to use it for water, not to mention all the geese that once enjoyed it. And I think developing can be done in a way that preserves a few trees and natural ponds and streams. I also think it should be a shared burden on all communities. Usually growth for a city is a good problem to have. In this case, I think more densely populated is going to create traffic problems that are already bad. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. DeVries. I'll now move to our in-person speakers. And I'll just call up, I have 3 additional speakers. So I have Gabriel Carrillo. Just 2 additional speakers. And right after, I'll have Reginald Williams.
We had some people as well, too, that are still on Zoom that had said they wanted to talk, but I don't know. I just wanted to make sure that they had an opportunity. Kellen, in particular, was another one, but we'll get to it there. Sorry, I hope this doesn't have too much feedback. So, hello, good evening. Thank you so much to the members of the council. My name is Gabe Carrillo. I live at 1345 Ellis Road, directly adjacent to the property. So I have been mentioned here tonight, and that is because I'm passionate about what's going on and have seen this process unfold. And unfortunately, I've seen three things that I want to bring to your attention tonight that are the key focus of what we think has been an insufficient process throughout. The first is that the process of community engagement has been abysmal. What we heard previously was that there was a time period of when things got sent out, but when they actually showed up, they followed it only for the 10 days of the ordinance. By the time most of the people found out that there was actually an opportunity and time to sit down with Morningstar Law Firm, which now represented the applicant, we had 4 days to come up with that determination. Within that window of time, we put together a petition, had 40 signatories on that petition. I know because I helped draft it. And then when we submitted that, we asked for the extension, and they said, okay, but we're going to hold the current meeting, knowing that not many people were going to be able to make it to that meeting. And then when they put the onus on us to figure out how to work that process in. In particular, I had to go to them, and I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm a physician. That's no excuse, but my time is crazy limited too. But I love my community a lot, and I've been there for them. And I went around, got the petition together in the first place, and then for me, the onus to be on the community to come up and figure out the process for community engagement when we knew exactly what needed to be said was not meant. Now, I don't say anything bad. I do believe that Mr. Ghosh did his due diligence in trying to meet us in the moment, but I would say it was the minimum at best. And I would say once they checked the box and met that minimum, they moved on. And it was pretty obvious. And the commissioners that were here when this came before them all heard the same thing from the community at that time. And did we hear any response after that? No, we didn't. Second point then, the policy, which was noted during that same meeting, which was about the comprehensive plan, which I agree with a lot. That comprehensive plan here in Durham is focused on density, the right type of smoke, the right type of growth, and smart growth in particular for the community. But what happened within that was that they forgot the first 100 pages are dedicated to communities. How do you involve yourself through transparency, communication, and the things that really matter, which didn't happen. So that brought us to the next, and we've carried our weight. 4,000 new townhomes have come up right around us in 1 mile. Put it into context what that means. It means we're carrying weight. We weren't saying don't build. We're just saying stop building on us and start building with us. And the applicant didn't really care about that last time. And when he came here, yeah, they're going to tell you 144. I'm sorry. Can I please have 1 more minute? I'll finish. I promise I'll wrap it up. I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of folks.
I understand, but
Can I take a minute?
It does not work that way. I am
all right. My point is, please vote no on this. We don't think it was a fair process. We thank this council for your time you put into it, and we hope that the process is followed. Please stop building on us.
Next, I have Reginald Williams.
Hi, my name is Reginald Williams. I reside at 2210 Southern Drive, which is at the intersection of Southern and Lynley. My biggest concern is far as traffic. Since they did all this new building now, it's like, you know, Southern Drive now has become, if you go around Clinton, it's got a lot of speed bump. But once you get around the Southern, it's like a racetrack. So everybody now, since the train falls, everybody go through Clinton and Southern, and it becomes a train track. Also with the landscape, I mean, the forest, the environmental, I mean, it's just getting overwhelming. I'm not against building, but I think the houses will probably be more appropriate than all these townhomes because there really isn't that much room on that street. I mean, it is very dangerous. Like you said, there is a curve right there, and with the growth already that we already have for us with these townhomes, I mean, it's like you said, we don't have a problem with the houses. It's just so many townhomes, and it's just overwhelming right now. And I mean, basically, that's all I got to say with it.
right, thank you so much. Those are all of the speakers that I have. Madam Clerk, the hands we have raised, were they,
They did not register before the deadline.
okay. Yeah. So I try my best to be as consistent as possible due to it's been wild in the past. We have a little time tonight, so I will honor it. I'm not sure of who the names are.
Mr. Mayor, do you want me to announce the names?
You will.
Okay, the first name is Kevin Smith.
Kevin Smith. All right, Kevin Smith, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Kevin
All right,
Smith.
welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me and members of the council. I'm just going to reiterate what Mr. Lynley. We're at 2303 Southern Drive, diagonally across from Mr. Lynley. I'm going to basically reiterate what he said. Man, the traffic coming down Southern is just horrendous, and we don't need any more townhouses. Half of the townhouses that are along Ellis Road are vacant as we speak, and no sign in the immediate future of them being occupied. So I would vote a hard no on any development other than residential housing. But yeah, the traffic is horrendous on Southern Drive, and people coming on the semis and dump trucks, you name it. Everybody coming through there trying to get to work. It's a shortcut to try and get to work, it seems like, and everybody's diverting traffic through there. So it's just out of control. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council.
Thank
you. Next speaker is Lawrence Kelly.
What's the name again?
Lawrence Kelly.
Lawrence. Lawrence, can you hear me? Lawrence, can you hear me?
Yes, can you?
All right, there you go. Speak up a little bit, and great to have you.
Yeah.
You have 3 minutes. Lawrence?
Yes, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Lawrence Kelly. I live at 2204 Southern Drive. I live directly across from Mr. DeVries, 2 houses over from Mr. Reginald, and just across the street from Dr. Gabe. My biggest concern is going to be the traffic. Just as everyone is mentioning, the traffic is horrendous. I live in that dangerous curve that Mr. DeVries is talking about. As far as being notified as to what has been taking place as far as notifications with the signs and signs being kicked down and signs being intentionally knocked over, I think there's a really big problem with that as well. The wildlife, as Mr. DeVries mentioned, there's a pond that was directly in front of my residence. I've lived here for 15 years now. The deer have been displaced. You see no more geese. You see just less and less of it. And as far as the runoff, I think that runoff is going to have something to do with people just, as Councilwoman Freeman mentioned, they need to look into that, because I think there is something else that they can do about that. And as everybody else mentioned, townhomes 100 is too many. Maybe residential homes, I think will work a little bit better, but the traffic is just it's horrible. It's a nightmare. It's so bad that they did construction just across from Mr. Reggie's house, and once they have blocked the road off, I had people to actually drive across my lawn. So that, along with the trash that's building up on the corner, no street sweepers come through to even, try to get that trash. So I'm having to pick trash up off my lawn, and it's just terrible. So I'm against that, and that's pretty much what I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other?
Next speaker is William Burrell.
William Burrell. William, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. You have three minutes.
Thank you.
This is William Burrell.
This is his wife. Unfortunately, I was not able to get home. I just got home a few minutes ago, so I'm going to speak in his place.
Okay, what's your name?
Heaven.
Say again,
Heaven,
please.
Heaven.
Head. H-E-N. Heaven. Okay. Did you get that, Madam Clerk? Okay. Burrell. All right. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Basically, I agree with everything, of course, everyone has said before. So I'll try to keep my points from being redundant. But the first thing I want to mention is July of this year, we were told that our stormwater utility fees were increased. So these fees are supposed to help the drainage systems and to go to programs that clean up the waterways. So I feel like if we're prioritizing this, we need to fully prioritize this and not take this money that we're spending and just turn around and have to pay for this construction site waste that's going to get into the waterways as well. In addition to that stormwater fee increase, our property taxes have also been increased to help pay for roads and things like that. So Ellis Road, we've talked a lot about the traffic that's been going up and down this road. That road is already falling apart right after being paved pretty recently. So that tells me that the infrastructure really already can't support what's going on. So adding 100 more apartments is not going to be helpful to that problem either. So, and then my last point really is just when this property was originally zoned as residential rural, I feel like that was probably for a reason. So the Unified Development Ordinance, it specifically describes the rural tier as that area of Durham that lies outside the suburban tier and largely within watershed critical areas within which development should maintain a rural focus to encourage preservation of agriculture and protect important water resources. Development within this area should feature large lots to minimize demands on infrastructure with limited commercial areas. So I'm not really sure why we would even have zoning to begin with if we can change it so drastically, because this is not just a small change to build houses. This is a large change. This is a large change to build pretty dense houses. And on top of that, the density that is being proposed is twice the density of the townhomes that are already connected to our neighborhood. So not only are more townhomes trying to be built, but they're also more dense than the ones that are already around us. So I'm just really confused at what is the benefit to Durham residents that already live here? I don't see any. And that's the end of my time, so I thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Kellen
How many?
Arnie Johnson. There are two more.
Madam Clerk?
Two more.
Two more. All right. That'll be it. What's the name?
Kellen Arnie Johnson.
All right. Kelly, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay, sir?
Okay. Yes, you have 3 minutes, Kellen.
All right. Thank you for your time. I really do appreciate the opportunity to do this. First of all, I want to say that I'm very confident if the builder came back and said they would build, no more than 65 single-family homes, which are similar to the homes that are in the neighborhood, the community would support it, they would back it, and they would be fine with it, and we wouldn't be having these issues. But I would like to note that this is the exact same proposal that was rejected by this council several years ago. The only difference is that they stated 102, but the zoning allows up to 147. So it's the same proposal, just on different paper. So even though they say 102, they can still build up to 147 off that zoning that they're requesting. With that, the community is not against development of this property. We want the property to support and reflect the community that's around it. The issues that we're looking at is the type of housing. First of all, we're looking at the fact that the housing they're proposing is in the middle of single-family homes. I mean, it'd be convenient for me to put a toilet in my living room, but that just would not be a good idea. It's convenient, but it's just not a good idea. And putting a bunch of townhouses right there in the backyard of people who have been there for decades, it's going to negatively impact that community. What we want is we want to encourage a diversity of housing, a type of housing. We have apartments, condos, townhouses, single-family homes that's focused on doing some of more of the single-family homes to reflect the community, reflect the neighborhood, and keep Durham as beautiful as it is. Secondly, That property has a very steep decline down towards Clinton Road, and a lot of runoff goes down that road. It goes down that property. You know, we're looking at trying to do 80% of non-permeable surface. That's 10 acres of concrete. That could be a massive impact for those homes down there on Clinton Road, dealing with excessive flooding if we have a major storm. And, and the biggest thing is just, we want something that focuses on supporting our community and makes our community continue to be as beautiful and provide opportunities for people to buy homes in our community that want to be part of Durham and make Durham a great city as it is. And that's all I have, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Was that the last one?
There are two more, Mr. Mayor.
These are the final two?
Yes.
All right, do not admit any others. I'll take these two. Let's go.
Adam Castile.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. I don't have anything other to say. Everything that I was going to say has already been said. This is just one more voice of opposition. The gentleman from Morningstar Group has said that he tried to reach out to us an additional time. I was at the meeting that he led. I wasn't impressed by his interest in our concerns. Every answer he had was they hadn't planned for it. There were no plans for looking into any of the concerns. Very unimpressive. Like I said, one more voice in opposition. Please, please don't approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. And who was the last speaker?
The final group is Linwood and Jane Smith.
Welcome. Linwood and Jane, or Linwood? Or Jane? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Are they muted? Can you hear me? Linwood and Jane Smith?
Mr. Mayor, they are unmuted, but they're not responding.
Okay, try again. Linwood and Jane Smith? Make sure your microphone doesn't have a red line going through it. Hello? All right, we will, well, the public hearing is still open, so I'm going to go ahead and would you like to respond to any of the comments and to Linwood and Jane Smith? If you could maybe sign off and sign back on, I will honor your as long as the public hearing is still open, if you can hear me, I'll honor it.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. I just wanted to touch on a couple things. A couple people mentioned a rural feel in this area. And I mean, we're talking about Ellis Road. This is less than a mile from the park, I think. I mean, this is not at all a rural area. This is very much suburban. The person, I think it was Heaven Burrell, read the definition for the rural tier, which I know that was the wrong definition. This is in the suburban tier. Anyway, but I mean, kind of some of the things that she was talking about, that's exactly what makes this a good location for development. This is an infill site. I want to remind you, this site is already in the city limits. There is already a public sewer line running through this property. To suggest that it's rural or that it should be rural, I think is, I mean, just defies what's actually on the ground out there today. I know that traffic has been mentioned a couple times, and I think we all experience traffic as bad wherever we experience it. This project was not big enough to require a traffic study to be done, but in the analysis that was performed by staff, it indicated that these roads are under capacity. I don't doubt that there's traffic on these roads, but I do think that there is capacity for the development. I did want to clarify one thing. I think there's been a little bit of confusion, and I know one of the neighbors mentioned it too. This zoning would allow a maximum of 102 units. 147 units was the total number of units that the previous zoning, which was denied, was requesting. To my knowledge, I don't believe we've ever submitted anything that said there would be 147 units on there. We may have reused the utility statement analysis from the previous one if it was still valid, but we have never said it would be 147 units. If this zoning were approved, the maximum number of units that could be on this property would be 102. And as far as the community engagement goes, I mean, I think that what we've heard is that there are a lot of concerns that people felt weren't addressed, and I would agree with that statement. But I did listen to the community, and we were responsive to the things where we could be responsive. So we did reduce the number of units from the original proposal. Having gone back and listened to the feedback from that proposal, we knew that 147 was too much based on what the neighbors felt. And so we did reduce it. This is a 30% reduction. Additionally, we also heard the concerns about stormwater. We had we have committed to handling the 100-year storm. I think that I'll keep it right there. I mean, I think that this is, again, this project is indicative of a infill project. I mean, there is friction here. I think we can acknowledge that. But this project is, it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and it is a well thought out project. Thank you.
Colleagues, are there any questions? Any comments? All right.
I do have a question. Yeah. So I did drive the site today with my colleague, Councilmember Caballero, and I know we had met earlier about this project. Can you remind me again? I know there was extensive comments from BPAC about the sort of like remind me about the roads and the sort of
Yeah, I forgot to touch on
the
this.
sidewalk, that piece.
Thank you for bringing that up. I forgot to touch on that. There are some comments from BPAC. Generally speaking, the comments from BPAC were mostly about the design of the road interior to the development and what they wanted that to look like. This site, so it has 3 frontages. Carywood stubs into it, Lynley stubs into it, and it has a little bit of frontage on Ellis Road. We did have conversations with NCDOT. NCDOT is not, so currently the property is accessed from Ellis Road. NCDOT is not going to allow that access to continue if this property is developed. There will be no access from Ellis Road to this property. So the access points would be from the current terminus of Carywood and the current terminus of Lynley. Those would be the access points to this property. So some of the BPAC comments were about the design of the road interior to the site. My understanding is we're essentially going to have to build a city standard road that is going to meet the cross-section that has been provided in Carywood and or Lynley, as the case may be, wherever that road's coming in.
That currently exist there on those 2 roads.
Lynley, to be fair, is not.
Right, it's more, yeah. But
it's a 60-foot right-of-way, so there's a 60-foot right-of-way standard. That's what we would be building to at Lynley. And then Carywood has it. Carywood's built, it's got sidewalk. It doesn't have, for example, bike lanes, and that was one of the requests. So we didn't make the commitment, but suffice it to say, the interior road is going to meet whatever the design standard is. I'm gonna get my water. Whatever the design standard is, the interior road is gonna meet that. So we didn't think it was necessary for us to make an additional commitment, because we don't, I mean, we're gonna have to do what the city tells us we need to do. Then BPAC also had a comment about 10-foot.
I just on that, so on the Carywood side, so that I think, as I recall from being there today, so there's the road and there's like a sidewalk on one side, right? So what you're saying is you would match that cross section.
Yeah, although I think the road standard has changed. I think there'll be sidewalk on both sides these days, right? So I think we would meet that standard, but we'd also have a sidewalk on the other side, based on the current design standards.
That's correct. The streets interior to the site would need to have sidewalks on both sides.
Yeah. But not bike lanes, under the current design standard. So that's why we didn't make the commitment. Then BPAC also had a comment about a 10-foot side path on Ellis Road, which we didn't commit to, but we're happy to commit to, subject to, I don't know if NCDOT is going to allow that or not. They are not going to allow access. That was clear. So I think we could just make that caveat, as long as it's allowed by NCDOT.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure so you would be making a proffer to provide a 10-foot shared use path along Ellis Road? Is that?
Along our frontage on Ellis Road, yeah.
Frontage on Ellis Road, yeah. So, yeah, that would be acceptable. I mean, typically, a minimum 5-foot sidewalk would be required and,
right.
or additional asphalt widening for a future bike lane, but we do allow a 10-foot path, shared use path in lieu of the asphalt widening and sidewalk.
We'll make that commitment.
I was trying to give a little more time for that last speaker, but if not, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
I've unmuted Linwood and Jane Smith.
All right, Linwood and Jane Smith, can you hear me? I see you're muted. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and.
Can you hear us, Mayor?
Oh, all right. Go ahead.
Oh, wow, finally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for waiting on us. I live at 1324 Clinton Road, and I've been here since 1973. And this screen that they're talking about, my yard go over to that screen. And when it rains, it floods. Trees, everything stops to drain up. Water come all up in my yard. I've never seen the likes before. And it floods. And it hills all in the back. I don't see how they're gonna build a property back there. And that's, and the traffic, the last time we had it rain, water had flooded all the way, because I live at the bottom of the hill. So I advise anybody to never buy a house at the bottom of a hill.
And we have pictures of how our yard looked.
We got pictures of the flood. And the street was flooded. So I don't see how we're gonna build anything else back there. I just don't see it.
We are definitely against it.
Yeah.
So we're asking you to please vote no.
All right, thank you.
Stormwater, my main concern.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, at this time, I'm going to declare the public hearing closed and back before the council. Any other questions, colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I thank our residents and neighbors that have come out to speak tonight. And a lot of what our neighbors and residents have said resonate with me. I owned a single-family home in Durham, in a pretty treesy street, and I have had to cast votes on projects in this growing urban environment that is changing the character of where I live. So I feel what folk are saying, and the comprehensive plan has been invoked a number of times here. One of the tenets of our comprehensive plan is an urban growth boundary. And by definition, anything within that urban growth boundary is urban, or should be looked at as becoming urban. I'm on Ellis Road every day. I use it to get to 147. There's a pretty significant shopping center out there on Ellis Road as well, anticipating customers coming to that area. Because of my attempts to keep fidelity with our urban growth boundary, there's a higher premium for me on infill development projects. That's not to say that they will all pass muster automatically or they will automatically get a yes vote. But the bar has got to be pretty high for us to say no to an infill development while still keeping fidelity with an urban growth boundary. So Durham is urban, Durham's a city. And if you travel the cities around this country that are growing and that are dense, you may see neighborhoods with houses and literally across the street, a housing apartment complex in cities all around this country. The next question for me is, what is the best use of this land? As I look at what's going on in Ellis Road, are 102 townhomes better than whatever the number of single-family homes in a growing city? And the case for me to be made that it's better to put single-family homes in the middle of an urban throughway on Ellis Road is superior to 102 townhomes. I don't know that I've heard that case yet. The sentiment that we want to preserve the character of our neighborhood is one that I've said. There used to be a golf course in my neighborhood. There are houses there now. As a resident, a neighbor, and a leader of this city, I've had to literally watch the character of my neighborhood change in order to welcome people that are moving to Durham. And I heard one speaker earlier said that I think she moved here within a year ago or 2 years. And I smile because for a lot of our new arrivals, before you closed, you were the problem. And so now that you're here, other people coming behind you are now the problem when they were saying the same things about you before you got your closing date. We're a growing city. It's an urban environment. I did say, was it 5% at 80% AMI for affordable housing? I read, however, I do have some concerns about the community engagement, Councilor Goshen, if you would, and I don't want to mischaracterize you, but it sounds to me that the failure in community engagement from your point of view is based upon the community not getting what they want, as opposed to not actually having the meetings or doing due diligence and inviting folk or getting notices out. Would you speak to that? Because if there's an issue with folk having gotten notified and having meetings, I'd like to hear a response to that.
So we did have a neighborhood meeting, and Gabe had reached out. I've been in contact with Gabe for a while, since the neighborhood meeting, and he indicated he had reached out before the neighborhood meeting, which he actually mentioned, that there was a petition. He emailed me and said, I'm getting signatures. We want you to postpone the meeting. And I said, well, I'm not going to do that. We've already sent notices out, but I'm happy to have another meeting. I can have a second meeting, no problem. You don't need to get signatures. But he did. He got like 40 signatures, I think he said. And I'd been in contact with him, and I said, Gabe, let me know, the neighbors you've been speaking with, let me know what dates work for you. I'm happy to host another meeting. And we did settle on a date eventually. Actually, there's a lot of back and forth. We talked about doing it in person, but ultimately we settled on having a second Zoom meeting, and we had that date. I communicated this, this was directly in communication with one person, Gabe, right? My understanding was that Gabe was in, contact with everyone in the neighborhood, so we had the neighborhood meeting. No one came to the meeting. Gabe was actually the only person who registered for the meeting, but he mentioned he's a physician, And I recall that he had some ICU, something happened, so he couldn't make it to the meeting, and no one came to the meeting, the Zoom meeting. So I did host it. And I reached back out to Gabe. I said, Gabe, I'm starting to wonder about the neighbors that you've been talking to. No one else registered. I'm happy to have a conversation with you. And we did. We continued having. I've had multiple emails and conversation with him. But I guess I would say I never had a third neighborhood meeting, and no one else had ever reached out to me about having another neighborhood meeting. But I did have 2 neighborhood meetings. No one came to the second one.
So we've crossed our break threshold, so let me hasten. So there were 2 meetings. One was attended, and the second meeting you convened and no one attended.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yep.
All right. And did you hear anything different tonight that you did not hear at those meetings? Any of the objections from members of the community?
I mean, not substantially, no. I don't know that I heard anyone previously characterize the area as rural, which was something that a couple people said today. But generally speaking, less density, the housing type was an issue, traffic. Those were the I did hear about this water feature thing, which I have never really been able to understand what that is about. There are streams on the property. We are aware of that. Mm-hmm. Those will be protected.
Well, I look forward to hearing from my colleagues. This is an infill development
Thank you.
In light of a comprehensive plan that's got an urban growth boundary with an affordable housing component in a neighborhood, an area that is most decidedly urban on Ellis Road, with a choice before us as to something's going to go there. There's not going to be a big urban spot on Ellis, suburban spot on Ellis Road. Something's going to go there, and the question is, what is the best use of that land? I will finally say, with respect to traffic, I get it. When I have to make that turn off of Miami, either onto 70 or onto Ellis during rush hour, it's a tough turn and wait. But one of the things I realize is that sometimes, as a layperson, I confuse my comfort with capacity. Because I'm in traffic at a high volume time on the road does not mean the road has reached its capacity. Just means that a lot of people's using it at that time. And the experts tell us that, we have roads that can use thousands of cars, but when I need to get to work, when I need to get to Publix, or when I need to get to 147, if I'm experiencing discomfort at that moment, that's my measure of capacity for the road. And I've learned in this job, that's not really at least the scientific, so they tell me, determination. But I get it though, I'm right there in traffic with you. That's my neighborhood in general, but looking at this development, looking at what's going on in the neighborhood, looking at what's going on with the comprehensive plan, looking at what other neighborhoods in our city are dealing with in terms of a growing population, I see no reason not to vote for this development, but I am listening to my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Colleagues, before I continue any other comments, I'm going to have us take a 10-minute break and come back at 9:15 to give our closed captioners a rest. We're in break. We're in recess.
Recording stopped.
All right, let's get back to it. I locked it. All right, we will continue with our comments. Question, comments? Councilmember Freeman.
I just wanted to, there was a resident, Jessica Dewey, if she's still on the line. I just wanted some clarification. She mentioned water coming up 10 feet, but I didn't catch where, like if it was coming into her house.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so it was not up into my house. The way that my property is, we're on an acre, and that big drainage stream is pretty far back from our actual house down the hill. But the water essentially where that stream is usually is within the stream, but that day it was 10 feet farther into our yard because of how much water there was. There was some backup in our crawl space like drainage, but the water from the storm drain did not itself get into our house.
Okay, thank you. And I know that you mentioned, I'm not sure if it was you or not who mentioned being new to the neighborhood. Is this home a brand new home?
No, this was built in 1997. So we are first time home buyer, but it was an established house.
I got you, thank you. And then there was someone whose home was at the bottom of the hill. And I think it was Linwood or Jane Smith?
Councilmember, they were having trouble getting on.
We're here.
Okay, there we go. All right, good. Go ahead.
And so again, I just wanted to check, was this water coming into your home?
Yes.
It comes into the yard. All of our front yard be covered with water.
Yeah.
And I have a lot of pictures. I've called the city each time this happens.
Your front yard is filled with water?
Yes.
Yes.
Within the city?
And the side.
Yes.
And the side.
In the side?
Called the city a couple times to clean out the street stuff. They said it was over 10 feet from the street or something, and I had to clean it myself, so.
Say that one more time, I'm sorry, it wasn't clear.
I've called the city a couple times to clean the water, the drainage out where it go under the street. It's a big pipe, and logs and everything be coming down and stopping it up. And they said they can't unstop it. I have to do it myself because it's, what, 10 or 15 feet from the street or something like that.
Okay.
But it's continuous.
Every time it rains.
Thank you. And
thank you.
Thank you. And then also there was a William Hedden Burrell?
Yes, I'm here.
And I just wanted to touch back on, you mentioned that you had increased stormwater fees and property taxes. And I just wanted to kind of get a feel for what you're seeing around your property specifically with the stormwater runoff. And I'm not sure if it was you who mentioned it or someone else that mentioned the roads were deteriorating even though they were just paved.
Yes. So directly outside of our neighborhood is Ellis Road. Speaking to the roads, there's a lot of potholes all up and down that road, especially in that curve that everybody keeps talking about. that deep curve, the road's getting very cracked because the land underneath it just can't support the road and all the traffic that's on it. And then for the stormwater, yeah, we see all the construction sites that have recently been building around us. We see all the runoff from those. It's kind of, I mean, it's kind of obvious to see construction dirty up the water all around us. And in the July newsletter of just this year is when we heard all about all the stormwater utility fees. And there was even a paragraph telling us that we need to keep our grass clippings out of the road because that was messing up the streams. So I just can't imagine what a whole construction site would do if this was from, you know, the Public Works Department. So.
Thank you. And I just want to check with staff again around making sure to figure out how all of this ties into that post-site plan process.
So as part of the site plan review process, Stormwater Services of the Public Works Department will review the site plan. They will review all of the grading plans and everything else that goes in as part of that, and will make sure that the proposed development meets all city codes regarding stormwater, which includes that runoff cannot happen at a greater cannot be greater than the current pre-development runoff currently is. The applicant, as part of their development plan, has agreed to design their stormwater control measures to handle the 100-year storm event rather than the current 1, 2, 5, and 10-year storm events that we currently require.
And is there anyone from Public Works here this evening?
No.
Because what I hear that in contention with, or hear that in tension with the way that we're having increased storms and increased stormwater, and our regulations, the way that they are currently, may have been written to address the way stormwater would have come in the 80s and 90s, and here we are in 24, and it's a little different. And so just trying to understand if there is a plan, or if there should be a plan, or if there's some possible way to make sure that these that the stormwater standards are actually meeting current needs. I live in a neighborhood in downtown Durham, right across the street from downtown Durham, and my neighborhood was flooding, and that flooding was only addressed because of the development that was next door doing the work to address it. But if there's no way to know that beforehand, I'm struggling with who covers the cost. Is it the city or the developer?
Well, in this case, the developer would have to cover the costs of dealing with the stormwater control measures on the site that they want to develop. In terms of upgrading or modernizing our current stormwater ordinances, I can't speak to whether or not that is something on the radar of Public Works at this time.
Thank you. And I appreciate that where we are today is based on our current ordinances, but it doesn't mean that they're perfect, and it doesn't mean that they can't improve, and it doesn't mean that folks should expect to be living next to a development that is flooding them, even if it is infill in a city, whether it's rural, suburban, or urban. That's not an excuse for why you should be flooding.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. With the by right development, which is essentially single-family homes, what would be the stormwater infrastructure put in place?
It would depend if they're doing it by right on rural residential zone property, that you're doing minimum 1 acre lots. It would depend. I'm not enough of a stormwater expert to say exactly what that
They
might be.
wouldn't be treating the 100-year
No, they would not have to do a 100-year. They would have to do what our ordinances currently require.
And potentially clear cutting and grading would still occur.
Potentially clear cutting and grading could still occur, yes. If they were to do mass grading on the site, we would require the mass grading buffer all the way around the site. Those could certainly still occur under the current zoning.
And they potentially are still moving all the dirt, which I hear you're buffering, but then they're not treating the after effect with the 100-year storm infrastructure.
They would not be required to under the current zoning.
Thank you. I have a question for the attorney, from Mr. Ghosh.
Yes.
And I know that this is not, that sometimes things shift, but at this time, what are townhomes going for in that part of the city?
Oh, the newer townhomes, there's a lot of townhomes that are being built. I think you heard that. I believe some of them are in the 380s to 400.
What would be the cost of a single-family home on a 1-acre lot?
In the city, because that's
right there. Like if the applicant, this doesn't go through, the applicant decides to continue, they decide to just go, they've done this twice.
700,000, something like that.
700,000?
So maybe 600,000, something like that.
Thank you. I'm going to keep going. I have more. Okay. So I hear neighbors. So my council colleague and I drove this site. I sometimes drive what I call kind of like the wonky sites, the ones that maybe aren't as straightforward. Maybe I have questions. I want to see it. First of all, some major dumping is happening on Lynley. It's not like it's a pristine wooded site. There's a lot of trash already there. And that part of the city is interesting. I call it kind of like the hodgepodge. You go up and down, you see muffler shops, you see a lot of concrete, you see a lot of light industrial. I would not characterize it as rural. I see the community right around there maybe has a more rural feel or really suburban feel because it's mostly single-family homes. And you drive a little bit further and you get to that Publix and you can kind of see the transition happening. So I would consider a part of the city that is transitioning, if we're being really accurate with our language. And I would say that I would understand if I'd lived somewhere for 20-something years and my neighbor hadn't changed very much. Maybe the car shop down the street changed owners. Maybe this other thing shifted a little bit. That is what residents of that part of the city are used to. When RTP went in, the vision of what people did was that you drove a long distance to get to work. And RTP was kind of put out in the middle of nowhere, quite frankly, and people were supposed to drive there. And we built cities with that in mind, post-World War II until now. And we are having to slowly and very painfully undo a lot of that pattern of development. And the council previous to this council passed a comprehensive plan along with our county commissioners, also passed an urban growth boundary, which I think you've heard a little bit about, and made kind of macro decisions. So to the residents who were talking about, we need more protected land, we need more rural communities, that's there. It's just gonna be mostly in northern Durham County because that's where we have to do a lot of our water protection. We've also passed ordinances. We have some of the most stringent stormwater ordinances in the state. Our buffer to our watershed and many other communities, including Orange County and Chapel Hill, which are often lifted up for their environmental ordinances, is half mile. Ours is a mile. I'm naming all of these things because these are decisions that were made prior to the case that you all have to deal with, which is very micro. This is your neighborhood, this is where you live, this is where you are every day. When we've made those kinds of decisions, and many of the folks who made those decisions aren't the ones who are up here. I was one of the council members who voted for the comprehensive plan. I was one of the council members who voted for the urban growth boundary. When we made that decision, quite frankly, what we decided is everything on the inside of the line is going to have to get upzoned if we're going to protect the things that we say we want to protect. That doesn't feel good for the folks who have to live that and experience that, and I know that, but we've made a commitment towards how painfully and maybe not perfectly what it means to be in a 15-minute, the goal is a 15-minute cities that around you, you can eventually, not tomorrow, not even 5 years from now, we are setting ourselves up to undo 50, 70 years of bad planning. And so we want the things to be denser, because denser means that eventually it will become more walkable. We want the folks who, you and your new neighbors, to walk to that Publix and anything else, any community amenities, as that neighborhood continues to transition, which I think we're going to see. I think we're going to see some of that light industrial and commercial flip in the next 5 to 10 years. We've seen it in other parts of the city. All of that's going to change. And the question before whoever sits in these seats is this getting us closer or not to that goal that we laid out in our comprehensive plan? And I will say, as an individual council member, single-family homes on acre lots that cost $700,000, it is absolutely going to change the nature of your neighborhood, because your neighbors are going to be real different than the ones right now. And so it doesn't hit the mark for me. And it is painful for individual residents as we make these decisions and this movement forward. The influx of folks who are moving here, even just the population growth from natural occurring population growth. Where are we going to put our kids? It's not even just about the people moving here. It's about providing housing for the people who are already here, who grow up and also deserve to have housing. And so I will be voting yes for this. I understand it's imperfect. I understand why residents don't like it. It's not single-family homes, but that was a decision we made when we said that we needed mixed neighborhoods. We needed different product type. And everything around here is single-family, so we are trying to create that differentiation. It is an infill site. It already is annexed. It already has sewer and water. There's a lot that still needs to happen in this corridor, but single-family homes don't get us anywhere near that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cook.
I actually want to follow up on Councilmember Freeman's, and this might be a Bill question. I see you getting up, Aaron. It might be a Bill question. I'm curious who, and forgive me, because I haven't looked it up, but who does the maintenance on Ellis Road in that section? Do you know off the top of your head?
Yes, so Bill Judge Transportation, that portion of Ellis Road is state maintained.
Okay. And so we don't have any, I'm concerned by the fact that there was like repaving and then immediate potholes and breaking down, but that is outside of city control.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted to follow up with Dr. Carrillo, is that? Do you mind? I wanted to, and you were talking specifically about interactions that you had, and I know we've brought up this issue of community engagement, but your name was brought up a lot, and I wanted you to have an opportunity to speak to your side of those events. If it was accurate, please let me know, and if it wasn't, I'd also like to know that.
Thank you so much for that. That really, I think, is important. I want to just say I'm not impugning his character at all. I think he was trying to represent a difficult-to-represent applicant, and he's been my neighbor. I like him a lot, or a little bit, but some of the times when I've tried, and the community has tried on multiple levels to level with him, it's just been build more on top. And basically, we submitted at the last meeting, and I tell you, this took a long time to get all these signatures from the people that were there. We had more than 40 actually, but 40 that were committed landowners. And it had 5 elements on there that were pretty substantial. Not one of those were answered. Not one of those rebuttals happened. And the onus was put on me to go and orchestrate a Zoom meeting. And I mean, I can set up a Zoom meeting in a minute, but to get 50 people there to show up, that's his job. And I'm sorry, that's not my job. My job was to go around and find out. I did their job for them. And I heard from the community, and the community said, please stop building on us. And that's how it went down. And 2 meetings, no, we did talk, but that was just me and him. I can't be the only person. Like, there was many more voices in the room. And I think that that was an important part of the situation as it unfolded. And I think for clarifying the record, That was key. I also just want to say one quick thing in terms of the rebuttal on that. We have never been against an only single family. We've never always said just only single family. We just look at the land. We know the land. I know behind my house actually does flood down in the bottom, so I do have that problem, and it's going to get worse. But what we said is we know 100 townhomes in there is just not going to be feasible. And they're hanging their hat on that. And we looked at it and said, the townhomes right down the street, 95, this is what we've been told, and I think it's accurate because they got a big sign that says leasing. Those townhomes are owned by private equity firms. These are not entities that are there caring about whether or not people have an opportunity to come in and buy those homes. And what we've seen, and the data bores this out pretty clearly, is that single-family homes actually have a higher propensity of ownership by families if they buy them. Because the private equity firms can know they can buy the condos and things like that. And I just think that's important. So we weren't after it to say the character of the community was only single family homes. We just said this is a very specific carved out area that's been this way for a long time. And we just ask you all to think through. One exception here, go a mile, you see 4,000 of them. We're saying keep this one for us, a little place with a little opportunity to offload water and to keep it where it doesn't change hands so much. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I submitted this for the record with all of the points for everybody.
Great. Thank you. So this is not an attack on anyone because it does sound like rules were followed, but the whole purpose of community engagement is to make the residents feel heard. And it seems like we had an issue here because we have a lot of community members coming out and saying that they did not feel heard and that they didn't feel like they had an opportunity to interact or they had concerns that weren't addressed. So to me, and I know the Planning Commission brought this up quite a bit, that is a concern, and it's not the first time that I've heard that from community members, and so that as potentially a pattern is a concern to me. And I want housing and growth that is smart and that grows with the community. And with the environment. And Mr. DeVries, and I might be mispronouncing your name, stated this. There is an opportunity to build and also consider the surrounding areas. And I'm hearing a lot of dismissiveness around people as though neighbors just don't like change, and that's the only opposition that we ever hear is just because people don't like change. And I think that's a real discredit to the people of Durham, and really is just like pretty offensive, actually, to think that folks are not welcoming, first of all, and second of all, like, do not understand the nuance and don't understand that these things don't have to be a complete dichotomy. It doesn't have to be growth or environmental protection. It doesn't have to be growth or wildlife. It doesn't have to be like, yeah, it's just these things are not black and white. They can all happen together. And I think that's just, it's really offensive, I think, to lump everybody into that category as though that's the only concern. It's just, hey, I don't want change. Of course people don't want change. We're all a little leery of change. But I think people in Durham are also aware that the community is growing and they are smart and accepting and are able to understand that they can grow and we can grow in smart ways as a city. This is another example of car-centric urban sprawl. We're getting townhouses that aren't accessible to needed amenities. They're not bringing us closer to our 15-minute walking neighborhoods goal. They're overloading existing infrastructure. We're giving up our green space for a false narrative of supply and demand, when we could be demanding high-quality projects that actually prioritize affordability, that prioritize protecting our natural resources, and set us up for sustainable and pleasant and affordable living. So I'm going to be voting no tonight. I don't think that this project is the smart thing that we want to see, and I'm looking for more innovation and more growth with all of these concerns from the community in mind. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Baker.
think sometimes there's confusion in when there's conversation around development. And I see this a lot when I'm reading in the local media about decisions and discussion that have taken place around zoning cases and development cases and permits. Sometimes there's confusion around the concept of voting yes or no and equating that with a philosophy of being for or against development, when what we know is that many kinds of development can take place on a site. There are dozens and dozens of options and potential avenues for the way that we can shape the built environment. Councilmember Caballero pointed out, over the past several decades, over half a century, we have allowed a philosophy that has perpetuated a reliance and dependence upon the car and upon the automobile. So now when we have sites like this and cases like this, it's undeniable, it's infill development, but what's around it is autocentric. And so moving away from that old philosophy gets harder and harder as we look at infill sites. We also live in the U.S. where the United States Constitution and several hundred years of case law have created a bundle of rights on real property, on properties in the United States. So if you own land, you have a right under the United States Constitution to develop and to pursue your own economic good. And that's a reality that we face in our current system. We're a growing city, and this site, in particular, the one that we're talking about, it's going to get developed unless someone buys it or unless someone purchases the development rights. PDR purchased the development rights. Unless that happens, it's going to get developed. It also has, as colleagues have pointed out, it has water and sewer. It is located in the city, and I believe that the current zoning is not the right zone. The RR zoning is not the best zoning for this site, and that one of the reasons is because of the amount of density that it has in a site that is within municipal limits. Because of that surrounding development, because of the disconnectivity of the street network, the way that it is enclosed by development around it, it's difficult to imagine without transformation of this site. Maybe that happens in 100 years, but without transformation of this site, it becoming in the next 10 years a walkable, bikeable, transit-oriented development in the foreseeable future. It's surrounded by single-family developments, neighborhoods, townhomes, the things that we've been talking about this evening. So with that in mind, I am guided by the comprehensive plan, and I govern by a philosophy that things will need to be torn down and replaced as we grow and as we change. Buildings that we cherish will need to be torn down and replaced. Wildlife habitat will need to be torn down and replaced. Forest and farmland will at some point need to be torn down and replaced. But we need to make sure that whenever we do that, we are replacing it with something that makes Durham better, something that makes our community better. And we should always be guided by that philosophy. And the question is, what is better? And that is where the comprehensive plan comes in. That's where the community comes in. And that's where the people that you elect, the people that sit up here, come in, is deciding when are we replacing something that we care about and that we cherish with something that is even better, that makes the community better, when we are losing something that we already value so much. To me, the argument of adding housing stock, that is an argument that I care about. It is also a low bar, and it is not a bar that is high enough for me. We need more. We need something that is worthy of the Durham community, that makes our city better, that allows our people to thrive and to feel like they have the ability to shape the world around them. We live in a society, in capitalist society, where landowners and developers and banks are the people who get to decide the world that we live in and the world that we shape. There is one thing, though, that gives people some amount of power and some seat at the table, and that thing is called zoning. And this is a zoning case, and this is where we have the opportunity to actually have some amount of leverage to make sure that it is consistent with the vision, the values of our community, and in the form of the comprehensive plan. We recently had a joint city-county planning committee meeting where one of the staff members actually mentioned that under the RR zoning, that the threat of development under the RR zoning, which many of us do worry about because we don't want development under the RR zoning, it's not adequate for the needs of our community, that is an empty threat because developers actually want higher densities. They want to be able to build more, and we on this dais, all of us want developers to build more than that. To me, this proposal does not propose something that makes Durham better with what it is replacing, with what it is tearing down. It is not adequate. It is not in line with the vision and the values of the community, not the community that's here tonight, and not the community that spoke over 5 years to put together the comprehensive plan. So I will be voting no on this proposal, not because I oppose development on this site, and I might say something unpopular here, but I would support another kind of rezoning on this site, not even one that necessarily proposes lower density. But we need to see something, as Councilmember Cook said, we need to see a proposal that is informed and incorporates the community and the community's voice and the people who showed up tonight, but also the community that spoke through the comprehensive plan, that makes our city better, that doesn't just tear down things that we value and replace them with something that is inadequate, but tears something down and replaces it with something that makes our city even better. And so I will be voting no on this case, with that in mind, that in the future I would be open to a different rezoning with a different process that incorporates the community voices and that incorporates the comprehensive plan.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I feel like we've had these conversations multiple times on this council. It feels like the same conversation, so I'll be brief. I want to thank the residents who came and those who spoke on the phone. I completely hear your concerns. As I said, Councilmember Caballero and I drove the site today. This is largely where you live, largely single-family homes. This is a more dense development that's going in there, and I totally understand those concerns. At the same time, as my colleagues Caballero and Mayor Protem said better than I could, this is an infill project. This is. We've got an urban growth boundary, and we've got to get more dense within our urban core. And I would also argue, and again, I want to be brief here, but I'd argue that we want to create the 15-minute city, right? So much of what we've been approving in the council I've been on has been car-dependent sprawl, let's be honest about that. But yet we need to, just simply saying we're not going to build more housing is not going to address our critical affordability need, which we talk about all the time in this council as well. And so our challenge here is to get from here to there. It's not going to be tomorrow. But I will say, as you drive down Ellis Road, many of those sites, many of the frontage on those parcels along Ellis Road do have sidewalks. So I can envision within 5+ years, as those fill in, someone could easily bike down Ellis Road to Ellis Crossing. This could happen within maybe 5-10 years. So it's not going to happen tomorrow. But there's a vision where this could be a bikeable community, a walkable community with the paths and the sidewalks that we're building over time. It can't happen fast enough, and it's too slow. But this is how we build that city, right? It's not going to be, we're trying to retrofit what's been done, as Councilman Caballero said, for the last 50 years of building roads to get us to employment somewhere else. We need to retrofit that, and it's not happening fast enough, but that's how we're going to get there. So I will be supporting this project. I must say that as we've been supporting many of these projects in the past, these infill projects, we've been seeing typically like 8% or more affordable units. This project has 5% affordable, and I'm just wondering if you considered any more affordable as you were doing the plan with your colleagues on the development team.
I mean, we've looked at it. I'll just say the 5% I'm very happy to have on this project. And I don't think we would be able to go to 8%. Thank you.
I mean, would you consider any more than 5%?
No. Yeah, I talked to this applicant at length, and I guess based on the way they pro forma this project, they thought 5% was too much, but I insisted that that's where we needed to be at a minimum.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh.
Thank you. I just wanted to appreciate my colleagues, Cook and Baker, in their ability to navigate this terrain, just knowing where we've been and what's been going on. I do want to just make sure that I share that it has been a hard 7 years of watching these types of cases move forward as a minority on the votes on council. And I do want to say that I'm very proud to be serving on this council with members in the minority, often on these votes, in a way that I can't even explain in so many ways. And it's really just been a frustration of, of do as little as possible to actually meet the need of the people in our community that is just so off-putting, because you can't say that you care. You can't say that you're for when you can't even stand up with. And if you tell every neighborhood that comes forward that they're the micro problem, and they're all talking about the same issues, the same concerns, then eventually they become the macro. And I want to be very clear to the doctor back there that your organizing needs to happen in the off-year election, because 10,000 people make the decision for who sits here. And the folks who have been sitting here have been making the decision against the people in the neighborhoods over and over again. So the comprehensive plan could be much better. The growth plan could be much better, but there are limitations in who sits in these seats. And those limitations I've been fighting for 7 years, I am sick and tired of. I am so sick and tired of it. I know that the sentiment and the tone and the kind of dismissiveness that comes from this council in speaking to the residents who are speaking about their lives. You can't say that you're going to build a bikeable street over top of people in 5 years. You're not worried about biking. You're worried about whether you can actually navigate down the street today, next week, next month, next year. I know that area is been overloaded in the same way that the folks who came in talking about the tomato soup. And because you don't have a stream that's showing that tomato soup nearby to show just how densely overdeveloped your community is, you can't demonstrate it in the same way. And I know that if there were different folks in these seats, we'd have much better planning happening. We'd have much better zoning happening. But there is a limitation, I'm gonna say it again, and it's based on who votes in off-year elections. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I thank my colleagues for a robust conversation. Fortunately, these meetings are archived, and you can go back and watch these meetings. And I would invite every resident and citizen to watch this meeting and find anyone on this dais that's dismissed anyone or said that you're not getting it because of something we said. What I heard Councilmember Caballero give a very eloquent and I thought passionate explanation of policy decision-making in the face of a comprehensive plan, which was not unanimously adopted, an urban growth boundary, and balancing that with what's going on around the city. You deserve folk leaders who talk to you, who do not pander to you, who do not lie to you, and who do not mischaracterize things in plain sight under glaring light. So I invite you to go back and watch the meeting. This is not an example of car-centered urban sprawl. This is the exact opposite of urban sprawl. This is within the city limits, within an urban growth boundary. So factually, that statement is, well, it's just not true. I do also want to take care that the way we frame things from the dais keeps fidelity with facts. I heard a number of residents say that their land was already flooding. And then I thought I heard an attempt to causally link a development that has not been built yet to flooding. We have heard accounts of flooding that already exist. So I want to ask the staff, is there any indication from an engineering point of view, from a construction point of view, that this development would exacerbate the flooding that is already going on prior to its development?
The intention of the codes that are written for stormwater is that stormwater runoff would not be any worse than it is currently pre-development. That's the best way I can answer that.
Thank you. And I think that's important because I do not want to conflate or be represented from this dais that what is already occurring can be caused by something that has not occurred yet. That is logically non-feasible. Finally, I also say that, we're neighbors. I live in this neighborhood, and everybody up here are taxpayers and live in Durham. We are governing a city that is growing. The decisions that we make on this dais we're not exempted from them. My single family house with trees around it is now being surrounded by development that is changing the character of my neighborhood. I'm the mayor pro tem of this city. I can't even protect myself from change. So I want you to understand that when we make these decisions as neighbors. Every council member on this dais has the right to vote as they want. We do not have the right to make up things, to mischaracterize facts, and to create spin out of whole cloth. We don't have that right. And I respect every person's vote on this dais, and I respect the process that goes into it. I believe that we all bring our full selves to this process. I will never attack a council member personally for a decision they make, but I won't abide them either on this council, institutionally or personally. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting this project.
Thank you. I will try and bring us in here respectfully. If I lived over here, I would probably be feeling the same way. But I just want to be very clear because I know the residents that are here tonight, the residents that are online, you all have heard a lot. And this is a case that is affecting you directly. But sometimes I'll say things unpopular, in the moment. It doesn't mean I care less, or it doesn't mean that I don't value your quality of life. First thing I do always is I put myself in your shoes. And if I was not sitting on this council, if I was just living my daily life, not involved in politics, and I lived out here, I'm pretty dang on sure I would be in here with you. But since being up here, or since being more involved, I've learned a lot more. And one thing I do when I'm out and about is I try, because every single day, everywhere I go, whether it's the grocery store, the gym, or just walking my dog, I'm talking about city issues when people just stop by. And I take advantage of those opportunities. It's never a dull moment, and it's never an off moment as mayor of the city. Because a lot of it is just misperception. People think I can solve a lot of issues that I have no control over. And I only wish I had that sometimes. But one thing I've learned is what the reality is of how we grow as a city. And I did, too, also hear that we started linking the flooding to this development, but the development has not been built yet. And I think what's happening is there are already some issues over there. And my hope would be, as this development is happening, that would be taken into consideration to not make the issue worse. That would be the idea. This vote tonight, which you heard some of this earlier, this vote tonight is not going to determine whether it's going to remain green space, trees or not. It's not going to determine whether, you're going to have cars or no cars. It's going to determine whether it's going to be single-family homes that are going to start really high in cost, or it's going to be, and it won't be as many, but it'll be single-family homes that have a high cost that will still have you dealing with the runoff issue you already have, if there is one, which I believe because you're already having the flooding issues, or whether it's going to be townhomes that is going to give you, whatever the current situation is. So sometimes when we're talking about these cases, I do hear my colleagues incorporate other issues into this particular case or a particular case. And I want to make sure that we have fidelity with what we're talking about here tonight. And I may not say what's liked, because again, if I'm in your shoes, I would feel a different way. But also, if I was in your, if I was not up here and I actually, got more involved and understood how development works, how housing works, how the cost of housing works, how our aspirations align with our reality, then I would also have a different perspective, and that is where I am. I used to teach at Southern High School, and where I lived, I would have to go down Ellis Road. I hated going down Ellis Road, especially when there was a freaking school bus that needed to stop multiple times. It took forever, and I stopped going down Ellis Road because it was just too long, but it was only at that moment. I go down Ellis Road now, and I just don't go during those peak hours, and that's the luxury I have because I don't live over there anymore. And when I go, there's nothing over there. It's just, so it does depend on when you go. And that kind of goes back to the capacity issue. And based on the capacity of the road, the way it's measured, it's different than your schedule, individual schedule when you're driving on that road. If this area was not developing, if it wasn't close to RTP, if it wasn't close to a freeway, you wouldn't have a Publix. You wouldn't have a grocery store over there. You wouldn't have a gas station. You wouldn't have those shops, the Beam Light Sauna and the new animal hospital, the vet there. You wouldn't have the Chipotle. All of those things came because there was a gravitation of people. And that is on one side of 147. On the other side, where you all are, you have those apartments that have been there for a while. You have Glaxo, the old Southern High School, and then on the other side of you all, you have all of those townhomes and single-family homes that built up. My point is, it has been growing. And the only way to stop this is if that land is purchased by the people who don't want anything to go there. You want to keep it the way it is. That is not realistic. Nobody's going to tell you to dig in your pocket and buy all of these houses, all of this land to prevent it. But that really is the only way, unless you talk to your neighbor or whoever owns that land and say, hey, don't sell it. We need to keep it the way it is. Otherwise, you're going to hear a lot of people say a lot of things from this dais or any other governing body that we really can't control. Now, we have leverage, as Councilmember Baker was alluding to earlier, and that's what you hear us. Within our legal confines, we're going to actually try and explore as much leverage as possible. Just like Councilmember Riss was just pushing the counselor who is representing the applicant, hey, you said 5%, can we get more? And the reality is we have a General Assembly that is going to prevent us from being able to do that. We can't say, well, we're not going to let you build this unless you give us more. Because if we did that, then it would be considered, what, is it called inclusionary zoning or something? Like you have to have a certain amount, if we want a certain amount of affordable housing in order to get it, to make it approved, we don't have that power is what I'm saying. We don't have that power. So we try to build those relationships to try and leverage as much as possible. And that's why we try to build these relationships. But I refuse to sit here and say what people want to hear versus what the reality is. There will be something on that site, and I think Councilmember Baker also alluded to that. There will be something, as around the community engagement piece. I'm going to say tonight, and I'm getting out of my lane here because I'll try to always make sure we're talking about the case before us. I will say to our development community, have compassion and make sure that we are truly engaging with people. Now, you can follow the rules, but we understand that people have all types of schedules, and they're going to be it's really hard to get an entire community to come out to a meeting with whatever notice. I think you can notice forever, and you're still going to have issues getting people there. But have compassion in that process, because that is one of the biggest issues here in the Planning Commission comments, as well as what we're hearing tonight. On the flip side of that, we have the water erosion and tree preservation policy that came from community engagement and concern with the environment and all of the things related to it. We passed it. Now, how we do mass grading is regulated. Yes, it makes it more expensive, but there are environmental concerns that we truly needed to address. And we did that, And what we have to understand here is there is a clear balance between, protecting the environment, really acknowledging affordability, and trying to ultimately, yes, build this 15-minute city, which I think this is one of the neighborhoods where we're headed to it. But in order to get that, you have to densify. It will not stay the same. And Durham is growing too much and too fast for us not to have that. And we created this comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is a guide. It is not the law. We try to follow it as best as possible. But it does not dictate every single thing, because it doesn't make sense in every case is different. And at the end of the day, I remember this because I feel like we keep moving the goalposts. We have this urban growth boundary. We put that in place. We have the water erosion and the tree preservation. We put that in place. So therefore, it's forcing us, and I remember this conversation vividly. I was like, all right, if we're going to do this, then we have to actually have infill, and we need to be consistent with that. But now I feel like we are continuously moving the goalposts because we've denied a couple of those as well. So I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what's true and what's factual. And I think that we have to create space for nuance, because everything is different. Every case is different. But I would not criticize my colleagues for the choices that they make. That is the messiness of democracy. And we win some and we lose some. And that is where we are. So I'll be supporting this, and at this time, I'm going to bring us, all right, I'll acknowledge it, but I do want to get us, because it's getting pretty late. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I don't want to cause more discussion up here. I did just want to address a few things. The 15-minute city, because I do think that is so important, that we move toward a 15-minute city, that we become a walkable city, that we achieve these 5 to 10-minute, what we call walk sheds in the planning field, and create that kind of city and move toward that, move away from the current status quo. And that to achieve that, it takes what we call in the planning field the 3 Ds. And we talk a lot about the first one, which is density. We talk a lot about density, but it requires the 3 Ds, which is density, diversity of uses, and design. And so those are 2 key pieces that we often leave out of this as a really critical part of completing the project of creating a walkable city. So we can create density, but sometimes we're just verticalizing autocentric development anyway. And so it's always important that we are thinking constantly about the 3 Ds: density, diversity of use, diversity of people, diversity of kinds of people, and design, making sure that we get the design right. And in my view, as a professional planner, we're not doing that here. We've also heard under the RR zoning, the current zoning, we've heard professional opinions that threats of development under RR zoning are empty threats, that would very unlikely happen because we are so likely up here to, and we often do, approve upzonings and zonings that allow higher densities and more intense development, even when communities come out and oppose it. And sometimes we've had the seats are full here We had a case close to South Point Mall. So many people came out against it, and we had either unanimous or 6-1 vote up here on the dais. So it's definitely something that we're often willing to do. And then the last thing, I just keep thinking about several years ago when proposal came, and when I was on the Planning Commission, and it was proposed in Bragtown for a bunch of residential housing. The neighborhood organized, said no, and the developer got very frustrated and actually ended up selling the property. And now when the next developer comes to council, those community members show up not to oppose the project, but to support it, and the densities are even higher than what was originally proposed, but they are more consistent with the vision, the values of that community. And I just keep thinking about that and hoping for it, and hoping that we can do that here in Durham. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. And I hope that, well, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to call the motion.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to address the comment about being a liar and pandering. I want to be very clear that having compassion for my neighbors and making sure that I value residents over development or developers is not pandering. That's where I am.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to call the motion. I would not acknowledge any more comments. We're going to get on through it. So colleagues, I'll entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of residential rule and establishing the same as planned development residential 8.326.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes 4-3 with council members Baker, Cook, and Freeman voting no.
Thank you. And I'll also entertain a motion to adopt a consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute, Section 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there a way when I'm reading the motion, you can go in and start opening the vote at that point in time?
There's a delay between the ending of the vote and then the registration of the vote on the wall.
Okay.
That's the problem.
All right, thank you. All right, motion passes. We are now on number 12. Thank you everyone for coming out on that item. Consolidated Annexation, Sherron Grove. We'll now hear the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, honorable members of the council, a request for a utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning map change has been received from Sean Gaddis of Drees Company for 3 parcels of land totaling 24.21 acres and located at 803, 901, and 903 Sherron Road. This annexation petition is for a contiguous expansion of the primary corporate limits to allow up to 120 single-family and townhouse dwelling units. The properties are currently designated mixed residential neighborhood on the place type map. The proposed residential suburban 8 with a textual development plan zoning is generally consistent with the designated place type. 2 of 3 parcels involved in this zoning map change request were approved for annexation and a zoning change to residential suburban 10 with a development plan on May 15, 2023. This request seeks to add 1 more parcel to the proposed development, annex that parcel into the city, and change the zoning for all 3 parcels to residential suburban 8 with a textual development plan. The Planning Commission recommended denial on a 12-1 vote at its August 13, 2024 meeting. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available to answer questions.
Thank you. You've heard the staff report. Are there any questions to staff from council? All right, at this time, I'll declare the public hearing open. I have 1 sign up in person. I have 4 online.
Thank you, Aaron, for the presentation.
How much time do you think you need?
5 minutes.
7, please.
This is Neil Ghosh, Morningstar Law Group, 700 West Main Street. I'm representing Drees Homes on this request. This is Mr. Sean Gaddis from Drees. He's here with me tonight as well. Like the last one, you might be wondering whether you've seen this one before, and the answer is kind of. Sometime last year, 2 of the 3 properties that are the subject of this request were annexed and rezoned by Drees. So why are we back? It's because of the 3rd property, 803 Sherron Road. Drees was able to put 803 Sherron Road under contract about the time the last rezoning was approved. Sean asked me, in my professional opinion, what's the best way to develop the property, and I told him, I've got an answer for you, but you're not gonna like it. You should go 100% townhomes on that parcel. And he said, yeah, what's not to like? And I said, you didn't let me finish. I think you should rezone the properties that we just rezoned to add this one in. And he said, you're right, I don't like that answer. Why in the world would we do that? Well, let me tell you why. The way our code works, a development plan obviously sets a zoning boundary, but that boundary has greater impacts than you might expect in certain cases. The primary reason I told him we need to rezone all 3 parcels together is so that we can utilize the stormwater infrastructure on the already zoned properties to treat the new development on this property. If we do not zone them together, the code would not allow that level of shared infrastructure, which means the stormwater infrastructure for 803 Sherron Road would have to end up on 803 Sherron Road. And not only would you end up with a lower lot count over the 2 projects, but you also would end up with unnecessary, redundant stormwater infrastructure between them. So this request really is about 803 Sherron Road. The other ones already are zoned. Drees has closed on them. They are in the site plan stage on those. Those properties will be built with up to 63 units. Of the approximately 24 acres that are the subject of this request, those already zoned properties represent about 17 acres. So 803 Sherron Road is just 6.43 acres. So basically, we're talking about 57-unit townhome project on 6.43 acres. And 803 Sherron Road, if you go to it today, basically it doesn't have any trees on it today. It is a small infill project, even smaller than the last project. One thing that we did on purpose was maintain the already approved monetary proffers from the previous rezoning for the other parcels. We did that so that I could change them tonight because I wanted you all to understand the explanation. The existing $40,000 commitment to the Affordable Housing Fund is what was approved with the other rezoning. And that was for roughly a 60-unit project. So we're going to add to it now and increase it from 40,000 to 80,000. That would be 40,000 additional for these, for the 803 Sherron Road property. The 18.5 number going to DPS is what was approved with the last rezoning. I know the staff report suggests that the new rezoning would only add 5 additional students, but that's 5 additional students from 803 because it already is incorporating the students from 901 and 903. So we would add to the 18.5, which, that represents about 37 students from the previous rezoning. We would add to that amount to make it 21,000. I'll just stop right there. I mean, it's been a long night, but that's basically what the project is. It is adding 6 acres, and it's going to be all townhomes. It'll be 120 units total over it, but we're talking about 57 additional units over what's already zoned. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I jump in?
I refuse to speak. Yeah, I have Ms. Pam Andrews, Donna Standback, Pam Williams, Wanda Allen. Ms. Andrews, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Williams and council members and staff. Sherron Road has been slammed by development these last few years. This small, narrow 2-lane road was once tobacco farms. Today, it is saturated with development, especially townhomes. There is the Offer Track Townhomes, Sherron Road Apartments, Sherron Road Towns, Sherron Road Place, Wesley Downs, etc. Another 24 acres will be mass graded to allow for 120 single-family and townhomes, with a minimum of 80 of these would be townhomes. At least 67% would be townhomes. This mass grading will disturb large quantities of Triassic Basin soil, which will flow into a stream on the west side right into Lick Creek. The Lick Creek flood zone is only 400 feet away. Our creeks are rich red tomato soup after every rain that overflow the banks as well as retention ponds into homeowners' property. Neighbors on the east side report flooding already. With a minimum of 20% tree preservation, the amount of mass grading and very likely blasting will be great. Will the proposed 25% of open space be in the stream buffer? The schools are over capacity. Additional students are projected to fill Spring Valley, which is already 117% over capacity, and Neal, which is 110% over capacity. Note the cumulative effect from all these developments in the area is not included in these percentages. With 49 new dense development under construction and 34 more approved and pending construction, the creeks continue to suffer. Sampling continues by our Neuse River Keeper and continues to show a lack of improvement. Levels in the main stem of Lick Creek are not good. The Southern Environmental Lawsuit continues to move forward against these devastations to our creeks. Another neighbor has now legal representation due to retention ponds flooding her property in close proximity to this site. Our fire, EMS, police, and sheriff are strained. On October 25th, there were 12 calls holding. On October 26th, the night of Central's homecoming, there were 10 calls holding. No medic trucks available, no first responders available. Emergency services were not in effect, and infrastructure was desperately needed. The environmental impact to Lick Creek needs to be considered. We can work with the natural environment and find a fitting solution that won't destroy our creeks. I just want to add single-family homes on Fletcher's Mill, not too far away. Single-family homes, 425, 447, 439, and 450. I just looked them up. They're still available. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Donna Standback.
I'm here.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Donna Steinbach, a lifetime Durham resident at 4825 Jimmy Rogers Road. Good evening, Mayor Williams and Durham City Council members. I've listened to the Planning Commission. I participated on the August 13th and read in detail the zone map change report. And I have several questions and issues identified that I'd like to cover. The presence of the Triassic soil basins had the residents and planning commissions concerned about erodibility, runoff, blasting, and general degradation of the local environment. I could not find how these were addressed from the August 13th meeting, and I didn't see anything presented here earlier. Regarding the flooding issues on the east side identified by the neighbors, and then planning to regrade the soil to get the water to flow to the west side, has that been resolved? And are we now sending the water to the sediment and to the creek on the west side? That is an 1,000-foot creek near the Lick Creek, and this property is only 400 feet from the impaired Lick Creek. We need innovative solutions to keep the sediment and water on this property and not overflow and violate the Sediment Pollution Control Act for neighboring properties. The developer also discussed adding the 100-year stormwater plan before the City Council and at the Planning Commission. This is needed with all the runoff considerations. I could not find that in the document either. Was that written in as discussed? Will blasting be required? We request no blasting. Citizens and the environment continue to have serious issues with blasting. Technical blasting process issues are still evolving within the last 2 weeks and have had much attention. We need to know the good recipe for blast in this soil. There has been damage to citizens' property and water for months and 2 years that have not been resolved and impacted citizens. These projects last developed with so many environmental issues that they are like the last stand for the wildlife refuge. We're consuming some of the last homes of the wildlife in that area. And I was raised in this area. My sister lived less than a mile from this area for over 35 years. Are any affordable housing units being proffered? I did not find any commitments. This is a serious concern. The only improvement on the roads will.
Thank you, Ms. Stanback.
Thank you.
Next, I have Pam Williams.
Hello?
Welcome, Ms. Williams. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon or evening. My name is Pam Williams and my address is on file. I'm an opponent of another high-density development along Sherron Road without major infrastructure improvement, especially to the traffic. There are no funded projects or preliminary designs in this area to lessen congestion. Do you realize it would take 10 years on average from planning to construction? Sherron Road eastbound in the evening backs up about 3/4 of a mile from NC 98. In the morning, I've seen it back up over 3/4 of a mile westbound to Mineral Springs. There are 13 new developments in this area. 6 developments are under construction and will be built out within the next 2 to 3 years. These 6 developments are anticipated to increase the daily traffic in this area 9,500. When all 13 developments are completed, it will increase the traffic over 15,500. You cannot get out of the side roads or your driveway on Sherron Road now without taking a risk trying to take a left turn between the 2 directions. I'm not sure why the 11,000 vehicles per day were used when 1.5 miles west of this site on Sherron Road, NCDOT traffic count was 15,682 prior to Mineral Springs, over 112% capacity. Sherron Road eastbound, about a mile away, was 11,248, 80% of the capacity. The intersection there at NC 98 is a disaster. These backups are not merely inconvenient, but dangerous. This is another property which a traffic impact analysis wasn't required. 8 of the nearby 13 developments did require a traffic impact analysis, totaling almost 5,000 additional vehicles. Cumulative, this is significant when you add all these up. The infrastructure simply cannot support the level of housing development being proposed. Proposing more traffic on such rural level infrastructure is an accident waiting to happen. The required 10-foot wide sidewalks will be separate from the roadway and will not be utilized by cyclists until it connects to a network. Type A cyclists will not use the sidewalk, and we have plenty of cyclists in this area. There are no continuous sidewalks along Sherron Road to any amenities. Between the proposed left and right turn lanes, the existing roadway will still have narrow lanes and many stretches of no shoulders and are dangerous. Cumulative impact of the effect of the current development projects in this area is needed for schools, EMS, police, sheriff, roadway improvement, and hospital. This project would just worsen traffic and EMS issues already on Sherron Road.
Thank you so much, Ms. Williams. Next, I have Wanda Allen.
Hi, yes, this is Wanda Allen. Good evening, everyone. The Sherron Grove project will have a negative impact on the residents, which was voiced very loudly during the neighborhood meetings. Many expressed large concerns that their homes now are being flooded due to the many developments in the area. I'm projecting tonight there will be a small turnout at the meeting because the meeting was not listed on the Durham Rezoning Explorer, which is the tool where the public is directed to stay abreast of the events. On the Durham rezoning site states Durham Planning and City Council meeting for this location is to be listed to be determined at a to be determined. I'm learning I learned of the meeting tonight from an individual Facebook account. Immediately reached out to the planning office to learn about the meeting. This should not be the process. The public needs to know what is in the queue. As I stated earlier, there are major concerns with this project, flooding of the residents' homes, and a number of environmental issues. During the neighborhood meeting, it was noted that the extensive forest cover across the site and the developer offered no canopy assurance and would not proffer another greater than 500, would not proffer around greater than 500 set of the wetlands that exist on the site. The developer affirmed that the effort to alleviate the stormwater concerns of the neighbors, they would reroute the runoff directly into Lick Creek. As you are aware, Lick Creek is documented at this time with more than 16 incidents of clean water violations. So rerouting Lick Creek should not be rerouting into Lick Creek should not be an option. So I have two questions. City Council, how do you plan to address the concerns that the current stormwater erosion amendment is not working? Because the residents are suffering from flooding that is going on from the existing development now. And we as taxpayers should not be expected to continue paying the flood and stormwater restoration project. $46.7 million has been allocated from 20 to 23. And you are familiar with these projects because they're in your budget. Lick Creek, Little Lick Creek, Panther Creek, South Ellerby Creek. There are line items in your budget. Question number two, how does the
Thank you so
developer
much.
the minimum requirement?
Thank you so much. All right. Mr. Nosh.
There were a few things I want to touch on. Just to address the question of blasting, which came up, we don't know. If we're not at that stage, we haven't done subsurface evaluation. They are in site plan on 901, 903, but still not at a point where they would know if they need to blast. I think wildlife was mentioned, and I just want to say on 803, I don't know if it was a farm before. It's like clear of trees. There's a house on there. There's no wildlife on 803. And I did want to address, Ms. Steinbeck correctly mentioned, and I failed to mention earlier, that at the Planning Commission, we talked about looking into the 100-year storm. And so I want to let you know that we're going to commit to handling the 100-year storm. And in their site plan stage, they're actually able to make adjustments. And so their site plan has now been designed and is incorporated to look at to handle the 100-year storm. So that's a commitment we will add to our zoning request. Thank you.
Colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and declare the public hearing closed at this time. And back before the council. Thanks for that.
Thanks. I actually, Attorney Gush, I had some more questions, and this was brought up by the Planning Commission, and it was one of our residents just talked about it, that the canopy assurances, is there a reason that we're not able to
We haven't made any commitment related to the tree canopy. That's what you're referring to? Right, so 803 currently doesn't have trees, and I think we could tell you what the tree save is, or actually, I don't know that we could on the overall site. But the point is, we have committed to having 25% open space, which I recognize is different than the tree canopy. But, we have, I guess I would say, prioritized open space instead of tree canopy in this scenario.
And then obviously something that's come up in almost every single commissioner comment and a couple times from community is that there's no affordable housing. And I heard you talk about the payment that y'all are planning to make, but is there a reason that we don't have any units?
Yeah, so the reason is that the project is too small. Now, I know on paper, so the earlier rezoning was also 102 units. This is 120 units. But the project actually is a 60-unit project for Dries. I mentioned earlier they've already closed on 901, 903. They're in site plan. The financing for that project's already in place. So, that project, with the way their financing worked, it was also too small for units. This project on 803, on this rezoning, it looks like one project, but on their books, it is a second project that is of a similar size. It's just not big enough for them to incorporate the cost of an affordable housing unit in there. And so they were making a monetary contribution in this case again.
I'm sorry, when you say not big enough, what do you mean?
There aren't enough units to underwrite the cost.
So we have the same developer building multiple units, and I understand that they're in different stages, but you're telling me that there's no way to underwrite the cost because we did it at different times?
Right, if it was one large project, that would be, yes, the finance structure would be different. 901, 903 was its own project by itself. And I mean, 60-unit project, not having affordable units, this council has voted yes on that on more than one occasion, recognizing that the size of the project does limit the ability to provide affordable units. That's the same case here.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Freeman.
I just wanted to hear from Ms. Allen. She had a second question.
I'm sorry, say again?
Ms. Allen, she had a second question. I didn't catch it.
Hold on a minute. Yes. My second my second question was, how does the developer plan to exceed the minimum requirements to ensure the residents' homes are not flooded and the reroute option does not go into the Lick Creek?
Thank you. Can you answer that question?
So I think I did just add the commitment to handling the 100-year. So that is where we're handling the stormwater.
So you won't be rerouting the streams to the east?
Not rerouting a stream, no.
Just making sure.
Yep.
Question? Well, actually, Councilman Rist.
Thank you, Attorney Ghosh. This is obviously, or I guess they're all complicated, but this is complicated with these two phases, right? So again, when you were referring to the proffers, that was based on the 120 units, which is across all three parcels, right? 120 is the total in all three.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and so you're increasing your proffer from 40,000 from the previous 2 parcels, now to 80,000 with this parcel?
Correct.
Okay. I wonder, I had correspondence with the planning director, but I wonder, Ms. Young, if you'd just come up and, I know there's been a range of sort of, when folks proffer dollars instead of units, we get a range. Could you just say what that range is, just so folks know what that is?
Good evening, Sarah Young. We have seen anywhere from $100 per unit up to $1,000 per unit. Those typically have not been stated as commitments per unit, but as a lump sum contribution, and then staff goes back and kind of calculates backwards what it equates to. They are typically tied to the size of the project. So the smaller projects might proportionally be offering a greater kind of prorated proportion, if that makes any sense.
No, I appreciate that. Okay, my second question is about, and I know I always ask about the BPAC comments, but there were a couple of comments. I appreciate the offer to, let's see, the sort of the 10-foot
Shared path along Sherron, yeah.
Right. So there's also comments about, one was about connectivity via Poplar and Foxborough to some stub outs. Is that correct?
Right, so that's required.
So that's already required. And that's why the no commitment was because it's already required.
Yes.
Okay. The second one was about leaving room for a connection at the southwest corner to the adjacent homeowners association, right? There's a potential connection to the Lick Creek Greenway.
Yeah, so yes and no. Our property is not the one that's adjacent to the HOA property that is adjacent to the Lick Creek Greenway. We're close to it. But the other reason we didn't make this proffer is it's very big, leave space. I don't know what that would even entail. But I didn't want to give the impression that this project is going to be able to provide a direct connection to the Lick Creek Greenway. It cannot. We're not adjacent to it.
So there's a parcel between you and the homeowner association that does have some easement or something.
In that southeast corner, I believe that's correct, if I'm thinking of the right spot.
I believe so. There's at least one parcel, if not two, in between where the
okay.
way would go and this particular parcel.
So that means so we would be hoping those other parcels then, Mr. Kane, that they also are, we would hope they'd have some connection to the Greenway, but we have no.
In theory, they could proffer a connection to a future connection that could connect to a future Greenway.
See, that's why.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to actually revisit something my colleague, Councilmember Cook, raised, because I don't understand. If I see 100, I see the number 120. So explain to me again why of that number 120, why is it too small to get affordable units? I didn't quite understand.
120 is not too small.
Okay.
The issue is that this is not a 120 unit project. This is actually two 60-unit projects. The first 60-unit project, 901, 903, was already rezoned by DREES last year. They closed on it. They're in site plan. After that, they got 803 under contract. So if anyone else had gotten 803 under contract, they would have to rezone 803 by itself. Mm-hmm. Because DREES had the adjacent development, they had the ability to rezone all of that property together, which gives them the ability to utilize shared infrastructure. And in this case, it's that stormwater infrastructure that, well, I mean, some of the neighbors were talking about how it already, 803 drains to the east. That's what we're correcting with this. We can correct that drainage and have it go south down to 901, 903 because we're able to zone these together. So this is two 60-unit projects. The rezoning looks like one 120-unit project. but the 60-unit project's already underway.
Was title not held for this third parcel when these other two were rezoned?
I'm sorry?
Was the title for this parcel we're considering tonight, was that not in possession of the applicants at the?
No. They got it under contract after they rezoned 901 and 903. Basically what happened was the guy saw that zoning got approved and said, okay, I think I'm ready to sell.
Have they started breaking ground on that first 60?
No, they're still in site plan.
So why is the no dirt's been moved yet, and bear with me. Why are we so far along in the financial needs of the project that it precludes affordable units?
Because their financing has already been secured for 901, 903, which I guess I would call phase one at this point. It was a separate project.
So then, why not present this? It seems like we're trying to get credit for 120 units when this is really a 60-unit project before us. I mean, it makes it look more attractive to say 120, but in reality, I mean, we're counting, it's really two, because if I see 120 units, I'm going to have certain expectations. But in reality, it's two 60-unit projects. But in this presentation tonight, it's asking to allow up to 120. So I guess just for consistency of presentation, because when it's presented to me like this, I'm thinking 120, but it's really two 60-unit projects. So why not just say 60 as opposed to 120 in the presentation?
So because technically we're rezoning all three parcels with this request. And the reason we're doing that is so that we can have shared stormwater infrastructure.
Got you.
If we didn't do that, then the stormwater for 803 would have to be.
Well, I understand the rationale in terms of the storm. I'm talking about unit count. I'm talking about the presentation of numbers in this presentation.
But that's the way I am talking to you about it. It's a 57-unit project because the other one was a 63-unit project. That's how I
thought I heard you talking about stormwater. My question was about units of the presentation of 120 as opposed to the reality that this is really, because that 60 is already spoken for. I mean, we're asking to rezone it as a whole, but the financing's already done on the first one. So for me to look at this as rezoning as a complete package, but yet I don't have the on-ramp to treat it as such in terms of some of the normal inquiries we'd be making when it comes to affordable housing units and other things, just seems to me it's a bit challenging to me to see the number 120, but to hear in the explanation it's two projects broken up into 60 units each. And you can address it. I mean, if you can address it, and if you put a period on it, that's fine. But I just want to.
I'm just not sure how I could have been more transparent about it. We are rezoning it. This is not a 120-unit project. I want to be real clear about that.
That's why. That's hence my question. It says on my report to allow up to 120 single-family and townhouse dwelling units.
That's because that's what the zoning we're requesting for all three parcels would technically allow on all three parcels, 120 units.
Right.
But 901, 903 is already zoned.
Right.
So that's what it is. But that's exactly why I explained the project the way I did, was to be transparent about the fact that this isn't really a 120-unit project. It's just styled that way in the rezoning so that we can have shared stormwater infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. I don't know how to be more transparent about that. I feel like you're asking me to be more transparent about it.
No. I'm not questioning. We see a lot of these things, and there are certain thresholds and triggers triggers in the positive sense that we have as a council. We just approved a case where, and maybe it's a presentation, perhaps it's a framing or packaging issue, but this is appearing to me as a proposal that wants to be viewed, and I don't mean that pejoratively. It is, as you say, in fact, 120 single-family townhouse dwelling units, but we don't get to treat it as such as we would other projects when it comes to things like affordable housing and the fact that you are upping the proffer suggests to me that there's state of mind that the fact that the number of the amount for the affordable housing dedicated fund, the fact that number is being upped I mean, I appreciate it, but you're not saying we're not going to offer it because it's too small and we normally do that. It just seems to me that it's being done in lieu of units. And when I see this 120 number, it creates some expectations. And I fully understand your explanation, but I do want to at least give voice to what I'm dealing with intellectually, internally. But I'll yield for now and yield to the rest of my colleagues and perhaps revisit a little later.
Councilmember Caballero.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the information to date. We drove this one too, so I'm very aware that there are no trees on that parcel. Out of curiosity, how much money are you saving being able to join up on the 100-year infrastructure? Like you're saving money on one side because you're able to use infrastructure on the other side.
Kind of. We're not saving that much money. I don't even know if we're saving money technically. Because of the way 803 is the topography of 803, we have to regrade that site so that instead of draining east, it drains south. So the cost of the stormwater infrastructure has shifted, whereas if we weren't doing, it has shifted to grading, I should say, on 803. If we weren't doing shared stormwater infrastructure, the low spot at 803, which is on the east side, it would be where the stormwater pond would end up, so then we would save on the grading costs. I couldn't put a number on it for you.
Okay, I would just say that because, I mean, not, you know, I'm really clear that these are two separate projects. That I'm not confused on that. I would also say that we have a wide range on what we accept as proffers, and so I would encourage you to speak to your applicant and see what is that difference and how much more is the applicant potentially willing to proffer either for the Affordable Housing Fund or for DPS. I'm noticing our numbers on DPS, this is more a question for staff than for you. The numbers for DPS are a lot higher. I guess that's the, historically what, it's been $500 per student, per pupil, but then within our packet, we're seeing something substantively larger than that.
I think it's about 500 per student, I believe. And that's generally what applicants have been proffering, is about 500 a student.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Durham County per pupil contribution. It's $5,374 annual operating costs and $100,000 capital costs per student. That's newer information. We hadn't been getting that before.
We've been getting that for the last few months. We got those numbers earlier this year from DPS.
We had that update from Matthew Palmer. I guess my question is how many conversations have we been having with our development community on that generated number from DPS?
I mean, offhand comment, you know, we make sure it's available, that we make sure that the applicants know the number that we get from DPS.
Yeah.
I have not personally had a specific conversation with members of the development community about what their proffer is going to be. I'm concerned. I don't want to cross a line.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Staff member.
I appreciate that. So I'm sharing that with the development community here very carefully. It's something that's new. We have more information than previously from DPS on what the county contribution, again, the city does not contribute to our schools. And so I'm just sharing that because it's different than what it's been historically. Thank you. That's all I have for right now.
Any other comments? All right. Yeah, Councilmember Cook.
Or were you going to take time to talk to address Councilmember Caballero's comments, or?
Yeah, if that was the next step. I also was thinking it was almost time for a caption break, so I didn't know if that is what was happening.
I'll handle that part. Do you need to do what you need to do?
Okay.
He's asking for time to, maybe the break would be good time, I think is what he was asking.
Oh, got you.
Right?
Sorry.
Okay, cool.
10, 11. Yes. So we'll take a break. Yeah. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Let's try and take like 5. All right, if we can, let's call it back in, please. Volume control. Use when media is playing. Okay. Stop sound when live. Yeah, use that. Turn that on. Sure. Right. Are we ready? All right, let's go. We're back on you.
Okay, yeah. So during the break, had some time to consult with my client. So on the affordable housing monetary contribution, we would up that based on the range that. So yeah, I think Sarah presented earlier. You know, we would up that to 120,000, which was at the high end of that range. And I'll just say on the student numbers, it was unclear to us what the new information meant. So I wanted to be clear about what our proffer was. It was based off the number of additional students from both rezonings. So I think it's deceptive if you look at the staff report. It suggests that there's only 5 additional students, but that's in addition to the ones that are already accounted for from 901, 903, which is like 37. So that's why we upped that to 21,000. Correct.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, did you get that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions? All right. Oh. Go ahead, Mr. King.
Oh, I just wanted, before we move to motions, I just wanted to make sure that we confirmed what the new proffers are, which is a $120,000 proffer to the dedicated Durham Housing Fund.
Correct.
A $21,000 proffer to Durham Public Schools, and a commitment to treat stormwater for the 100-year storm event.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, colleagues, you've heard the presentation. So we can get to the motion. I'll now entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance I'll adopt an ordinance as late. Annexing Sherron Grove into the city of Durham, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with the Drees Homes Company.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes 5 to 2 with council members Baker and Cook voting no.
I voted no. I don't know why I didn't catch it. It said voted.
Okay, then 4 to 3 with council members Cook, Baker, and Freeman voting no.
Thank you. And I'll also entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of residential rural, residential suburban 20, and Falls Jordan Watershed Protection Overlay District B, county jurisdiction, and residential suburban 10 with the textual development plan and Falls Jordan Watershed Protection Overlay District B, city jurisdiction, and establishing the same as residential suburban 8 with the textual development plan and Falls Jordan Watershed Protection Overlay District B, city jurisdiction.
Moved as read.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes 4 to 3 with council members Baker, Cook, and Freeman voting no.
Thank you. And finally, Motion 3, to adopt a consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute, Section 160D-605.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And to our final presentation, Consolidated Annexation, Winsford at the Park.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A request for a voluntary and
Public hearing, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
A request for a voluntary annexation and initial zoning map change has been received from Tim Sivers of Cunity for portions of 3 parcels of land totaling 1.799 acres and located at 103 Zantee Current Road. This annexation petition is for a contiguous expansion of the primary corporate limits to allow for city maintenance of roads and utilities. The properties are currently designated recreation and open space on the place type map. The proposed residential suburban multifamily with a development plan zoning is generally consistent with the designated use on the place type map because the parcels in question are utilized as open space and tree coverage for the adjacent development. If the proposed zoning is approved, there will be no change to the place type designation. As part of the annexation petition, the applicant is not seeking a change in the underlying zoning district. The site is currently open space and tree coverage owned by the Homeowners Association of the adjacent property and will continue to function as such should it be annexed by the city. The Planning Commission recommended approval on a 13-0 vote at its August 13th, 2024 meeting. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions.
All right, this will probably be a very long one. I'm going to stop jinxing because we're still here, and I said that earlier at 8 o'clock. All right. I have one speaker, Tim Savers. I'm sorry. You've now heard the report from staff. Are there any questions for staff? All right. I'll now declare the public hearing open.
5 minutes is plenty of time. Good evening, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of the council. My name is Tim Sivers with Cunity. Appreciate the time this evening, and I will already cross through a lot of my presentation this evening, so I'll keep it short. We are here for a cleanup item. This project was approved, and the last construction CO, the last CO was issued in 2018. And at that time, this was noticed that this portion had not been annexed into the city. It was mistakenly about 10 years ago during that presentation, during the annexation, it was annexed into the county from the RTP and never finished annexing into the city. Therefore, the city cannot actually take ownership and maintenance responsibilities of the roads themselves. So we're here tonight just cleaning up this item. So again, this 10-year-old development, the city can actually take ownership and maintenance of these roads. That's it. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm available.
All right. You've heard from the applicant, and that is the only speaker I have. Are there any questions? Well, I don't have any other speakers, so I'll declare the public hearing closed back before the council. Colleagues, any questions? All right. Well, at this time, I will entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance annexing Winsford at the Park into the city of Durham.
Move is read.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, motion 2, to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential suburban multifamily county jurisdiction and establishing the same as residential suburban multifamily city jurisdiction.
Move is read.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
And finally, to adopt the motion 3 to adopt the consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute, Section 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency. Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, that is the end of our agenda, and I apologize for you all letting you see what happens when 12 o'clock hits. This time change got me a little messed up. My body's like, it's 12 o'clock, I'm ready to go to sleep. But I thank you all so much, and that's the end of the agenda. We are adjourned at 11:14.